It's okay. I think it's our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aranans.
Yeah, because the truth is very beautiful. We can express everything. What is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God, I think it's a Joel. I think I realize Joel can because a thousand is Dhamma discourses is their single language also. So you can search what I say. What is the 31 worlds? What is the three worlds? Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha. What is how is Buddha talking about the is the three world meaning? It's not anywhere. It's our mind. It's thought haven't power anywhere. That's why it's gold also. It's a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. It's a world is smooth is here. Rough world is here because the vibration is huge. Yeah, power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is there. Maniya, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is so power is more than coming after death. You are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there. You are becoming not a monkey, a dog. That's why dogs, moms, I would have. That's you. Vibration is same. That's why it's vibration every time. It's converting every time. Vibration is various of type of converting. No, that's why the spark. This vibes not same here happening every time. This vibe is changing, happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about. It's very important. No.
Thank you, Aran Mansu. Thank you.
Yes, Jack. You want to study because you want wisdom. I know you are in thirsty. You are in hungry. You want thought. You want truth. I think you are. You have. You are like that me. That's why I'm talking about to you because you are fighting the truth. You want truth. That's why my duty is I would do. I won't tell you the truth. That's why message I won't give you. So your part is your side. You can find truth. It's your part. It's okay, Jay. Yeah, Jay. I'm glad to meet.
Me too.
Yeah,
I like to meet you as well.
yeah.
I like to meet you. I felt you today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's okay, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. Teruwan Saranai Suranka, Teruwan Saranai Kokila, Teruwan Saranai.
Nirasana, Aranans.
Teruwan Saranai,
Satyarevasa.
you are a good friend
Thank you
for
for the
me.
beautiful
It's okay, Teruwan Saranai.
Namaskar.
Teruwan Saranai.
Everyone, Saranai, everyone. I'll be continuing my book reading for today as well. The book I'm reading is The Freedom from Mind, published by the Buddothpado publications. And this book presents this experts from the Zoom discussions. The Zoom discussion is based on the Saturday, September 9th, 2023. The participant asked, during these days, you explain to the world what the notion of individual self is about, the weave of existence, and the concept of feeling that the self exists, which is me sense. In other words, it is all about the sensual objects and the world that they create, which is salayatana loko. The minds the mind gets the outside objects due to the above stated view. Accordingly, continuously the notion of the individual self exists in everything. Kindly explain to me whether I am accurately observing the Dhamma. You also advise us in great detail how to live and how to do daily chores without the notion of a self. At least for 2 hours, if someone can be vigilant and mindful in the practice, you say that fruitful results can be achieved. Then Narayan explains, truly magnificent. However, in your explanation, there's something that should be adjusted. Now we are going to talk about the state of infants. Defilements cannot be planted in the infant's mind. Greed, aversion, or jealousy do not exist in the mind. Buddhist doctrine is so pure. Do not have any doubt. You will attain nibbana. We do not have to be affected by the various waves society bears. Absorb the Dhamma presented by the Buddothpado without preconceived concepts or with a free mind. When you feel that you are reaching the Nibbana, you get a blissful experience. The experience is unique. I'm going back to the topic related to the infants. We stated that vibrations and movements are connected with the six senses. We also stated that according to the speed of the vibrations and energy movements, various sounds, colors, shapes, hot and cold sensation, etc. occur. The appearance of a thought is instant. The dominant factor, which is out of five senses, and the related situation come forward. It can be either sound, color, or taste, or any one of the sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object aramanya at the moment. For example, when sound is dominant, it is called the Sabha. When smell is dominant, it is called the Gandha Dharma. When a thought appears, it is also object, aramanya. At this point, the subjective feeling, Atmiya Bhavya, comes forward when seeming objects related to aramanya exist. When objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a smaller child, he also receives the notion of existing material or the existence of a sensual world. This situation and this notion are also vibration. For example, when the child is taught colors, the color red, for example, becomes powerful in the mind, consciousness, which is Vijnana, as a thought. Now he feels everything from the outside and inside is available to him or her. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self or the existence of a self or me. This is the Atmiya Bhavya. If things exist, me also exists concurrently. You can taste the salt flavor. However, to think about the salt, the actual taste of salt are two different things. An infant does not know what red is. He feels, but he doesn't have the color red or thought about it. He just feels only. This means, although the senses work, he is incapable of having the concept stated above or the power of discrimination of objects. But at this moment, when we see a wall, for example, the sense of me also being created. However, the infant does not have a wall. Why? Because he does not know the word yet. As soon as objects become real in the mind consciousness, the notion of self and the existence of soul or self is also created. This is a natural formation of a particular thought or an occurrence of a mental formation, which is Chitta Swabhava. In reality, it does not exist. It is an illusion. The creation is due to the rotation of the five aggregates, which is khandhas, which can be explained as the five circles created by the rapid circulation of the two ends, or the two fireballs. The rotation speed makes it looks like there is a fireball, but it is an illusion, just an appearance. Yo, yo bante vivityana majjo mantam nalipati. In reality, this situation is a result of the rapid vibration of the sensual spark in the senses. We have to correct something you said. As you stated, the notion of self does not exist. The seeming subject itself is the mind consciousness, which is vijnana, and that is the notion of a self. The vibration we experience turn into a thought. Thought comes after the vibrations. However, when someone is on the true path, the thought disappears first. This means the weave of individual existence collapses. The belief that things exist and the defilement that are associated fade with the realization of the above stated truth. In your practice, everything becomes priceless to you. Now we understand all these, including all sensual activities, are created by the vibration and movement in the phenomena. Now please listen to our answer. This is coming from the experience accompanied through his inner spiritual purification. Everybody must experience the blissful nibbana, including all of the bhikkhus. Carefully listen to the Buddothpado discourses. There's a question for you to answer. Does the mind disappear first? Some of the answers are printed here, which is no, it does not disappear. It gets liberated. There's no existing mind to disappear. Mind is a speed of vibrations. Mind appears and disappears. It is a stream. It comes into existence along with the cause and ends when they disappear. Now we modify the question a little bit. Our monks state that the disappearance of the mind is nibbana. Is it true? Now I ask again, does the mind consciousness disappear? If so, is it the nibbana? Is it emptiness as same as nibbana? Within the experience, something similar to nibbana is felt. Is that the true nibbana? Is emptiness referring to the moment that you feel like the mind consciousness has disappeared? These concepts are misconceptions. Does the mind disappear? It is the emptiness, and is it nibbana? The question is related to a Dhamma service essentials to this era. Now, what is Arimariya Jnana Darshana? All daily chores are thinking process are flowing in a normal way, but the person with this supreme wisdom does not grab anything. Nothing affects him or her. No clinging. Everything is priceless to him or her. Alamariya Jnana Darshana and Atigata Samadhi, the explanation given in the Khemaka Sutta, Upakeleksha Sutta, and Dasadhamma Sutta are related to these spiritual experiences. In order to achieve the stream entry level, which is Sotapanna, the disciple disciplined person in the Dhamma must receive advice from a Kalyana Mitta or true friend. You have to exactly know how this happens. Now, please answer the question. Reveal an experience that shows Animitta Samadhi, a spiritual concentration level or absorption without any object or subject. Aryan Mahansa is ready to answer the question. We are asking the question from the gentleman who originally raised the question, what is today's date and time? Today is September 9th, 2023 and the time is 11:15 am. What is Arahatta Samadhi? All of you do what you normally do in your daily life. Just like Gatikara was making pots for a living. This applies to all four levels: bhikkhus, bhikkhuni, upasaka, and upasika. Monks and lady monks. Lay means laymen and women. You all must clear your weaves to reach Atigata Samadhi. This is also connected with the result after following the path. Margaya and Palaya. This situation was explained by the Buddha to Anuruddha Thero. This is also not Nirodha Samapattiya. This is the Kanika Samadhi that can be experienced by an Arahat Samadhi. What is this? Every moment thought come and go, appears and disappear. But there is a spiritual change which leads that person toward emptiness. That person does not exist in the sensual or world, or which is world made with form, or rupa in the formless world which is arupa. Thoughts are experience. However, he or she is now dwelling in the special circumstance created by the experience of the nibbana. This experience can be yours after letting go of everything completely. This is also Alamariya Jnana. This section explained above. Aryan Mahansi has been trying to help you reach this level, so the mind consciousness cannot be stopped. The importance you have given to it vanishes. No more sensual desires, no more anger or aversion, or no more ignorance. Vitaragi, Vitadosi, Vita Moham. If there is mind, there is also liberation from it. Path to Nibbana is extremely pure. In this unique experience, which is emptiness, you also drop all things, which is Sahaswa. This is Lord Buddha's Dhamma. When you are worshipping the stone statue, please imagine that Buddha is preaching you. When you receive this level of concentration, it exists in all four postures. I shall conclude by paying respect to all of you. The next Zoom discussion had on the same day, September 9, 2023, and participant asked, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, you talk about the inward spiritual transformation when following the path. The practice must be exclusively constructed according to each person's characteristics. And for that, we have to build our own canoe, ourselves. When we travel along the path to find the truth in the subject or thought, we experience a feeling of awakening. Within that awareness, the defilement we have become clearer and visible. Accordingly, the ability to assess your own characteristics occurs. When building the canoe, a feeling that the defilements are gone is another situation that can be experienced. Please advise. Aryan Mahans explains, the situation was explained this morning. Please refer to the morning Zoom discussion. You need to know the address to reach a destination. If the address is incorrect, you get lost. Just knowing one part of the practice and omitting the rest of it cannot be help you reach the goal. There should be a balance and an equal awareness of the end, beginning and middle of the practice. In the morning discussion, Arahat Samadhi was explained. The Arahat plane, which is spiritual concentration. We stated that each one has to build his or her own canoe. If you move inside the canoe, it is going to turn upside down. The people who want to be famous cannot achieve nibbana because canoe capsize. In addition, even Niganta society followed by enlightenment factors. However, the enlightenment factors expressed by the Buddha and the factors expressed by the Nigantas are two different concepts. Buddha's way takes you to Nibbana, and Niganta way to a state of floating in the air. By blocking the mind, you have to know the difference. How the notion of individual self or the concept of individual existence occurs when practicing and following the path. The notion of soul or self refers to the individualized feeling that you are living or I am alive. This is a thought or conception. The weave of an existence refers to the intense feeling of the notion of individual self. Then me, my, mine, I am are created. To destroy this wrong concept, a path must be adopted and followed. That is why we say eat without the notion. I am eating or walk without the idea. I am walking, etc. The mind consciousness or the mind can never eat, drink, walk, or do anything. A thought cannot perform any activity. In that case, which one dies, mind or the body? Every thought dies as long as you have in your thought. The concept of an individual self, nibbana, is far away from you. As long as the ego or the notion of individual soul is present, defilements are present too. When defilements are present, a person can break what is known as percepts. The path the bhikkhus follow cannot be contaminated by feelings such as I have to be beautiful, I have to have nice robes, I have the one who can preach, I am the one who can preach, etc. This is the opposite of a true spiritual behavior. Bhikkhu's life should be a very simple one. Spiritual change is essential for all four groups of people, namely Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasaka, Upasika. The Four Noble Truths must be experienced. The origin, consequences, the cessation, and liberation must be experienced. In order to understand the mind, a path has to be followed. In this path, the practice and following the path, the outside world is not true to you. Without the notion of individual self, senses and activities go on. These must be realized. Abhasaya means situation or a feeling related to the fading of the nation of the individual self. At times, the situation is created by the illusion in the mind. This is not the true abhasaya. The notion of self is very much alive. Here, people who are stuck in the situation Without achieving the state of the stream entry level, which is Sotapanna, proceed with the misguided idea or Sotapanna state. Such people bless others and preach others while having the misconception. That is why I said, without following the true path, Nibbana is impossible. In the Samadhi Sutra, Lord Buddha uttered, if I did not get liberated from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong view of Maras, Brahmas, and humans, I would not have declared myself as the Samma Sambuddha. This world is a world full of wrong waves, including the wave of an existence of an individual soul. The outside is true to them. Having this weave, it is impossible to achieve the four spiritual status. When the notion of an individual self disappears, the feeling that separate I am existing vanishes, and along with the spiritual change, the burning nature in the mind due to defilement get faded. A person who achieves the state of mind can experience the peace and tranquility inwards. Example, it is an experience similar to the feeling of you get when you sit under a tree in the openness and indulge in relaxation. I lose to myself. You lose yourself in the feeling of you. You do not exist anymore as a separate self. The cycle of birth and death will come to an end. Participant. These Zoom discussion guide people to achieve the ultimate goal of Nibbana. The participation is a notion of responsibility and people benefit. Aryan Vansi says, yes, this is a Dhamma discussion. This is just like the discussion the Buddha had with Anuruddha Thero. Then, in the Dhamma gathering, participants get an understanding and direction on how to perceive Dhamma accurately. Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 16 September 2023. A participant asked, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, you have advised me to listen to Chittanupassana, mindfulness of the mind. I was able to listen to only one part of it. My question is, what happens in the sleep and how does a thought occur at the time of waking up? Aryan Mahans explained, when you are sleeping, and when you wake up, you wake up, isn't it? Aryan Mahans explained, when you are sleeping, and when you wake up, you are awake, isn't it? Buddhism is related to practical experience. What is this question? Are you asking whether there is a way to eradicate a thought? In your deep sleep, is there a possibility of seeing dreams? In half sleeping state, a thought comes and goes. In deep sleep state, thoughts don't surface. In the state of half sleeping, thoughts exist. Participant says, in that case, how does a thought occur in the mind even before you are fully awake? Aryan Mahans explained, there's no such thing, which is, it doesn't mean that there's no perception. it means that the mind is an inactive state. Now, when someone is experiencing dhyanas, what happens? There's no existence of perceptions. In formless dhyanas, this can be experienced. Only very limited amount of thoughts or thought are present in these states. This is not a permanent situation. None of these are related to the state of mind of an arahat. An arahat doesn't indulge himself in perception. You're talking about the sensory activities that cannot take place. In the sleeping state, it doesn't mean that senses are sleeping. They are inactive for the time being. It is not stated in Buddhism, a situation of non existence of knowingness. In noble Arya people, it is related to the fading of perception, not a complete inactivity. Your ignorance talk in this manner. They are only thoughts, the burning sensations of sensual desires, anger, etc., still exist. A person must investigate and find these defilements with mindful awareness, and also you must have an open mind. Some people go to the forest to practice the isolation. Maybe they are isolated from the material world. But how about from your own mind? Can you stop the thoughts just because you are in isolation and a secluded area? Can you hide the defilements because you are sleeping or because you are in isolation? You have to have an open mind. You must be honest to yourself. Can you get away from your own reflection? You can, just like that. You just cannot get away from form and formlessness. Some people indulge themselves in concentration meditation and have a wrong view that they are in arahat state. These are only limited to dhyanas. These are false beliefs and wrong views. Concentration meditation does not take you towards nibbana. In order to achieve nibbana, true knowledge, darshana samapatti is essential. There are no shortcuts to nibbana. If someone has this idea, it is wrong and unacceptable view. In order to achieve nibbana, 7 enlightenment factors must be accomplished, which are Kesha Dhamma and Vaya Dhamma. Dissolvement and fading must be experienced. True awareness is needed to reach this level. In this era, wrong views are adopted in most places, including meditation centers. These people follow concentration meditation because they are incapable of discovering and elaborating on insight meditation. These people are helpless in this regard. In the Arya path, there cannot be wishes for future non existence of the being or to become a future Buddha. Buddhism is not about an achievement that you can experience after birth. It can be and must be experienced here and now. One cannot see true Dhamma if the person is completely loaded with the notion of an individual being. Dhamma arrogance cannot be anyone who is affected by this concept towards Nibbana. People are desperate to know how people are desperate to know and experience the true Dhamma. Buddothpado discourses and all the other resources given you the pure and true concept of Buddhist doctrine. Night Zoom discussion on Saturday, 16th September 2023, Part 1. Participant asks, I am reaching out to you today to let you know about my Dhamma journey resulted by listening to your discourses. Currently, I am in a blissful state of mind. It is not similar to the satisfaction someone gets after eating some delicious food or anything in that nature. It is a relaxing feeling. And Narayan Mahansa explained, you appear to be on the right path. However, an end result cannot be predicted. It is good that you experience a relaxed feeling. You are letting me know all these with the notion of a self. Within the tricks created by the mind consciousness, experiencing this situation is quite possible. Participant says, when I go shopping, I only buy necessities. Prior to this experience, I used to grab everything, even when dealing with the when dealing with the family members. I do my duties without attachment. In my mind, there is no sadness or happiness. Things just go on. Aryan Hans explains, when you talk in this manner, you are referring to results, which is phala. Most important thing is how you practice the path. Even after having the weave of an individual self, someone can experience this state of mind only when you follow the path correctly. You will be able to know for sure. Participant says, I feel that these are happening only because of the senses and there is no such thing as self. Even before I started to listen to your discourses, I used to go in front of the mirror and ask the image who I am. I currently, after absorbing in your Dhamma discourses, I have realized that there's no such thing as self. I also realized that with the arising of a cause, things appear, and with the cessation of the cause, things disappear. This is how I follow this Dhamma journey. Aryan Mahansa explained, the way you explain your experience is good. During the time when you feel as if you are liberated, how do you feel if someone angers you during that time? Participant says, I do not get upset that much. I feel that all these are limited to word that comes and go. Prior to involving myself in the Dhamma, yes, I became angry and upset. Aryan Mahansa says, proceed doing what do you do for living? Proceed doing what you do. And what are you doing and how old are you? Participant says, I am a teacher. I am 64 years old. What's your mind regarding mental formations? What concept do you have about the heaven and hell? Participant says, it is only a creation in our mind. Aryan Mahansi says, people are caught by the tricks created by the mind consciousness. They get deluded by the idea that they get everything from the outside. This is a very deep concept to absorb. If there's no self, there's nothing that someone can get from the outside. This is just a system. It is created through the senses: sounds, colors, images, taste, bodily feeling, and etc. These are not real. It is a created world. When involved in daily chores, the notion of a self should not exist. Must do everything without the self. By following this procedure, the sensual world, which is Kama Bhumi, gets destroyed. Even the activities you performed with enthusiasm would not given you any pleasure. You have to observe how form and formlessness, which is Rupa and Arupa, get faded in everything that you do. Do not share the do not share the experience with others. And that is the part 2. Peruan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. During Buddha's time, Lord Buddha explained Dhamma while residing at Jetavanaramaya. This time is also similar to that time because we are receiving the true and pure Dhamma from you. Up to now, we were worshipping statues, pretending it is Buddha, reading Dhamma books, or worshipping monks. Aryan Mahansa says, this is Buddothpado time. Aryan Mahansa says, in Aryan Mahansa in his discourses revealed to the world the true method in how to look into the inside of the mind consciousness. Participant says, we feel like these discourses, which is Deshana, are not presented in human level, but it is more like a Deva level. Human level is a rough level. It is depending on the sounds, colors, etc. These are a creation of the senses. If someone is capable of getting liberated from the clutches of these, what could happen? If truth can be realized, the mind became delicate. The rough nature, the concept of me, my child, my house, and the feeling that I am dying, all of these are similar to burning a fire, is it not? On top of that, aren't you lost in this mad, mundane world full of wild mess of wrong weaves? Aren't we stuck in this creation? We are in a delusional thinking level and believe we have all these material objects, best vehicles, houses, children, properties, etc. This is a fierce current within. Mundane being gets swept away by the currents of sensual desires, the wild mess of wrong weaves, creating for the better future lives. What is Dhamma? Is it something given to make the people get lost in the mentality or materiality? The Nissarana Magga, which is path of liberation that Buddha followed, is all about simplicity. It is not about taking poor people's money and dwelling in luxury. Aryan Mahanse, by doing something very simple, paved the way to help the very needy people who desperate for the all basic needs. Today, people in the Nicavarity area got food parcels. People who are kind-hearted help wholeheartedly. Very seldom people like these can be found. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it is also called endless compassion and liberation, or the great mind of compassion. Every road takes you towards Nibbana. With the liberation from the mind, Nirvana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest. Give peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need any division such as Siam Nikaya, Amarapura Nikaya, or anything else. This mundane wood is entangled in the madness and in the vile wrong weaves. Buddha has only one Nikaya, that is the Buddha Nikaya. Gautama Buddha Sasana is about how to get liberated from the mind, how to understand the illusion in the mind and destroy them. In order to accomplish this goal, you have to have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing other than sounds, shapes, colors, etc. When this thought can be experienced, this is the liberation from the thought of the occurs. Then you can find true nature of the thought or subject. When you see the origin of the subject, you will be able to come across the cessation of the subject. Theruvan Saranai. The next discussion, 17 September 2023, Part 1. Participant says, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahansa, on the Poya day, I thought of visiting the temple. The monk in charge asked me to conduct the evening program, saying that he had to attend a funeral. I accepted the invitation. I felt that I received a great encouragement to present the Sariputta Sihanada Sutta because of the influence given by your discourses. Therefore, I was able to explain the sutta appropriately and meaningfully. The part that describes the rain and the buffalo with broken horns, I was able to explain so very well. The participant expressed their happiness after listening to the sutta. I wanted to say I was able to perform so well only because I have been listening to your discourses. You describe Dhamma concept in a very unique and different way. Participant Aryan Mahansa say, how is it different? Participant says, in this discourse, it is stated that just like disregarding the rain, fire, or buffalo with broken hours, things should be disregarded. Aryan Mahansa says, in this discourses, what is explained is one of the great qualities of the Sariputta Mahathero. This can be also referred to the final result of achieved by the people who follow this path. This is the noble simplicity. In other words, it describes the freedom that can be gained by abandoning stimulations and achieving cessation or an unshaken, delicate state of mind. The discourse is different from the Damsak Sutra. Damsak Sutra reveals the path and this sutra reveals the result. A lot of people are confused regarding the path, existing and non-existence. This refers to knowing and understanding and how this happened, which is Satyajnana. Then the practical side must be followed. In the Sariputta Sihanada Sutta, Sariyut Mahathero's great simplicity and humble nature have been explained. It has also been said that it was like a rug. Do you have any more questions? And the participant says no, Aryan Mahansa. And Aryan Mahansa concluded saying Theruvan Saranai. The second part of the Zoom call, participant asked Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I understand that in these images, sounds, and colors, only the soul is in action. Aryan Mahansa says, how do you know the soul is in action? Participant says, when we see an object, we know it is just sounds and colors, but we also give them importance and a value. Aryan Mahansa says, how do you give them a value? Do you find anybody in them? Is there anything that can be Is there anything that the eye can see? If is there a soul that takes and servings? It is there. Is there a soul that talks and do things? Participant says, we try to own objects, which is rupa, material things, and relationships, nama. We think these are beautiful. Even if we know this idea is a lie, we cannot get away from these things. R.N. Hansi says, what is that lie you are referring to? Participant says, knowing that value cannot be given, knowing that there's no soul, still we go after them. For example, when we see a beautiful rose plant, we bring it home. When someone is yelling, we get the feeling he is yelling to me and I'm hurt. The notion of a self comes forward. R.N. Mahansi say, let's go back to the place where the infant came and out of his mother's womb. How many discourses have you listened to? Participant says, I have listened to about 150 discourses for about 8 months. Can you tell me how the mind and thought is constructed? Participant says everything is an illusion in the mind. Aryan Mahansa says, where does this world exist? Participant says, in the mind. We have created it because of the eyes and ears. Aryan Mahansa says, can you ever find a world from the outside? It is created by the illusion in the mind. Can someone see without eyesight or hear it if the eardrum damage? These are all created when cause is in effect. When it vanishes, cause becomes non-effective. However, we do not come across the existing cause. These are constructed we and then these are constructed then and there. In other words, they are not coming from anywhere else. The world created by the six-fold base is an illusion. Now let's talk about how this illusion is created. See with the eyes, hear with the ears, feeling hot, cold sensation with the skin, tasting with the tongue. Then where do you find so-called self? The infant could not find any of these things. Do you know how electricity is created by the rapid rotation of magnetic fields? Due to the rapid rotation only, the electric current is generated. Accordingly, with the fusion of the and ends, electric power is generated through various instruments. In the same manner, when sounds and colors are fused, which is combined, the feeling of an existing thing is created. Now, this is only an influence created through a process. Then, now, can you find a soul and soul in that case? Is there anybody called R.N. Mahanse? The wall is seen by me. Is true or is it just seeing? Don't we call this a vision? The, the wall, mother, tree, etc. are not things, another being. The wall, mother, trees, etc. are not things. In reality, they are only thoughts. A little child is taught colors, which is rupa, and sounds, which is nama. And that is how, at the beginning, the world has been created in the child's mind. Actually, these are only thoughts. Everything that you see, hear, such as chair, houses, children, music, are only thoughts. Isn't it true? Senses are only senses. There is no existence of a self, me, or mine in this. When senses can be limited to senses, the notion of a self disappears. Because of the reality, these are only sensorial activities. At the end of these merely thought, at the end of these are merely thoughts. Perform activities without the notion of an individual self. How far Darudiriya traveled to listen to a Dhamma stance? How far Buddha traveled to offer a single Dhamma stance? Isn't it greatest thing that you are able to receive this Dhamma? Do you have any more questions? And the participant says, no, Aryan Mahansa. And the conversation ended. Night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 17th September 2023. Part 1. Participant ask a question. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. I bow down at your feet. I have a question regarding faith and how much faith I have. Recently, in my imagination, Sripad appeared and I bowed down. I felt my mind was also affected by the faith. Also, there was a being who worshipped the place. Aryan Mahansa explained, this is called Amulika Shraddha, a common Shraddha. This is not the same as Akravati Shraddha. The faith occurs as a power of given by the faculties, Indriya Bala. To the mundane world, with full of wrong waves, when objects become real, a common faith occurs. In all religion in the world, this kind of faith is practiced. Can someone achieve nibbana by offering flowers to objects? Even the person who gets today from who gets toddy from a tree bow down before he climbed the tree. Even the person who kills bow down to the gun. This is the common faith that is common to everything. The Akarvati Shraddha is related to the faculty powers, which is faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, or insight and wisdom. These powers take you towards Nibbana. When outside world is real to someone and faith is created with them, that is not the same as the pure faith discussed above. The only way to have pure faith is to see the truth in the object, that is to see the emptiness, the illusory nature in these objects. By experiencing the truth and knowing how the illusions are created in the mind, consciousness is explained in the Buddhist doctrine. The pure faith can be generated. One must realize the truth. That is the only way. I will conclude today's reading. I worship Aryan Hanse. Before I end, I will read this phrase in the book. It says, "The path to freedom from thought, the path to freedom from suffering, the path to freedom from ignorance. This is the Buddha's path to ultimate freedom and bliss." Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. Aryan Hanse. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. I think you are truly very fortunate because through this Buddothpada PeoTV, you can listen to Dhamma sermons 24 hours a day. It is now 4 a.m. In the morning, early morning in Sri Lankan time, on the 17th of February. May you have a peaceful and blessed day filled with wisdom. That's why all Dhamma friends and Buddothpada Aryan Mahasi is offering these Dhamma sermons. Sometimes, if someone listens to these Buddothpada Dhamma sermons for the first time, you might feel it sounds different from the other sermons what you have heard every day or before. And you may even wonder whether this is the true Dhamma. Even though, because in these Dhamma sermons, Aryan Mahanse and these Dhamma friends, everybody's are always talking about non-soul Dhamma or Samdittika Dhamma, or we say this is Akalika Dhamma. And you always hear that there is no truly existing world. Always you can hear if you listen to Buddothpada Dhamma sermons. Also, there is no existing soul. Like that, then you might think, is this true Dhamma? Yes, but it is the true Dhamma. Even if someone understands this Dhamma by hearing everyday Dhamma sermons, even though they cannot complete the path of nibbana, if they still have doubt with this akalika Dhamma, this is timeless Dhamma or non-soul Dhamma, because it's arising because of vicikiccha, because it's still they haven't seen the truth. Because of that vicikiccha, if you have any suspect point, or if you doubt in any point, they block the progress until you fully remove those vicikiccha or doubts. I think they might think sometimes, is it possible for this to happen? Or sometimes they might think, is what I'm saying is correct or not? Sometimes they wonder, is the place where I am on this path is correct? They have doubt like that way because they have a problem like that way, and it is occurring in their mind. They might think, is this understanding is correct? You might think like that way until you realize in this Dhamma. Then you can understand who's Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa and why we are saying Aryan Mahansa. And then you might feel why we say like that, why we are all Dhamma friends are speaking like that way. I hope one day most of them will understand. This happens because Sakkaya Ditthi, the view of self, is still there. This happens because the sense of me is still present, and because it hasn't fully seen the Dhamma directly with our wisdom. That's why it's happened. There are some people who don't really know who they are in the Dhamma. They think I am just an ordinary person, and they believe that even after death, there is no chance for another birth or another cycle. They are not going in this cycle. They believe that way. So how can such a person see the danger of samsara then? They can't see the danger of this cycle of samsara. So if they really saw the suffering and danger in this endless cycle, they would naturally feel, they would naturally feel the wish to be free from this cycle then. That is why Sama Sambuddha emphasized like this. If a person truly sees the danger of samsara, they cannot remain relaxed or careless until they hear the message of nibbana. They are looking for how to get escape them from this cycle, because they can see the danger of this cycle. When they understand how dangerous this cycle really is, they will try to escape, just like someone whose head is on fire. That's how Samma Sambuddha explained. Who has who head is on fire, they try to escape from that fire. That's how fast they are finding this Dhamma. They are make effort to find the path to Nibbana. They will make effort quickly and urgently to find a way out of this trap of samsara. Sadly, some people cannot see that samsara is an unending cycle. Because of that, they don't feel the need to examine themselves, what is their soul or who I am. They don't want to find out like that way. They don't want to find about themselves. Also, we have experience when we have speak with them. They often say, "I don't believe in another life after death." And then they ask, "How can we know what happened after we die? So why we are worrying? We can't see it now. So why should we care about it?" Like that they ask from us. We have experience. That's how people are thinking. That's how our this mind consciousness works, behave. Most people believe after death they will go to heaven or to God. They don't know where the God is also living. No one like to say, I might go to the hell. They don't like. But they have heaven and hell in their mind. Two places. But they always goes to the God or heaven. But no one wants to admit the possibility of falling into suffering. They cannot see the 31 realms from prajna or wisdom, as Lord Buddha preached to the world. But they think they believe heaven and hell. People speak confidently about heaven and hell, even though they have never seen them. But they trust. But they never trust what they can see in front of them, the animal realm. Yeah. But what is unfortunate is that they cannot even recognize the animal realm that is right here in front of them. Dogs, cats, birds, insects, worms, these beings are living proof of lower realms. We can see them. If we can't see the heaven or hell, but we can see in front of these animal realms. Yet people still fail to understand the reality of this world. I don't know why they can't say. The real reason is that many people simply don't want to accept the truth when it feels uncomfortable. If the truth challenges their beliefs or show them something they don't like, they turn away from it. They don't like to talk about the true Dharma. That's how the mind is trapping them in this cycle. But the Buddha has emphasized that the 4 lower realms, means Satarapaya in Sinhala word, are their home or the common destination for being who wander blindly in samsara. That's how Lord Buddha explained. It is their home or the common destination. A human birth is incredibly rare. Something gained only after a very long time. I think no one realize it, no one understand it, no one see it. Just reflect for a moment. Can anyone count the number of... Actually, can anyone count the number of worms living in the soil? Imagine, can we count all the flies, mosquitoes, birds, insects, or animal on this earth? It's impossible. We can't count it, uncountable. But we can count the number of humans on this earth, because the human realm is tiny compared to the animal realms. Because I talking about the animal realms because we can see it. Then you can easy to understand that. This alone shows how incredibly rare human birth is. That's why I took the animal realms to compare to the human realm. They happily, if we think about the worm in the soil or in a garbage or bags or somewhere, they happily eat things that we find disgusting. We don't like. For them, that life feels normal. They like it. They feel happiness. They don't see it as a suffering. In the same way, being wandering in samsara don't realize the depth of their suffering while they are inside it. That's very dangerous. But unfortunately, everyone is not realizing it. They don't recognize the danger because they are used to that condition. Don't you feel this truth actually? We become blind because craving takes over the mind. That is why we run after qualifications, money, status, competition, and all kind of attachments. That is why we run after. That is why craving blind us so completely that we cannot see the danger of samsara or the truth of our own suffering. We become blind because craving takes over the mind. However, if I spoke about this danger after you realizing this Dhamma, you don't meet any realms. That is the truth. If we talk about the 31 realms, once you realize this Dhamma, though, you won't meet anything. When someone hears this Dhamma, they might misunderstand. When we tell that there is nothing, there is no soul, or there is no existing world, someone might misunderstand, and they might think these 31 realms exist only in this moment, and they don't continue. But that is not correct. the cycle of samsara continue as long as ignorance and craving continue. If you are in a pratyakshana ground, if you don't realize this Dhamma, if you haven't completed this path to nibbana, you will continue. That is the danger. Only an Arya ground, someone who has realized the truth, they can see this very clearly. If you are still pratyakshana, then according to your accumulated sankara, you will definitely take a new cycle. You going in this cycle, and it is only in this human life that we have the change to hear, understand, and realize the Dhamma. This is the one place where we can escape from the cycle becomes possible. That's what Lord Buddha is explaining. The human life is very rare and it is very valuable. And then we always emphasize this danger in every Dhamma sermons because most people don't know it. Do you have a fixed date for your death? It can happen at any time. We don't know about our death. I mean, conventional. I mean, if you realize this Dhamma, you never meet death or birth. But I'm talking about who haven't realized this Dhamma. So how can you be sure you are safe in this cycle of samsara? You can ask from yourself those questions. Then you might start to think, we are tangled in craving to such an extent that the samsaric cycle becomes invisible to us. Some people don't want to hear about it, and some even reject the idea completely. That is not an idea. That is a realization. That is experience. That shows how helpless being are when they are caught in ignorance. This is exactly why we emphasize the danger. If someone doesn't know the danger, they cannot escape it. Actually, no one has a guarantee date of death. It can come at any time. So we must help people understand the truth of this cycle whenever we have a chance. This is why this Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 24 hours Dhamma sermons offer for you. That is the reason. Not in behalf of any benefits or anything, nothing. Even after the Lord Buddha awakened and revealed the true Dhamma, especially Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, how to form this mind. Many Buddhists still follow the old ways. They rely mainly on generosity, like in Vesantara's story. We heard those days with Vesantara Jataka story. Or they depend on concentration meditation, just as the Bodhisattva once did under his teachers. The Bodhisattva prefected Dana, Sila, and many other parami. But even with all that merits, he still didn't find the ultimate truth. He gave up all those things. He then mastered the highest concentration, even though he couldn't find the ultimate truth. And we can hear and we learned under Alara Kala Muddhakarama Putta. Lord Siddhartha left those teachers as well because he couldn't find the truth. But these are exactly the practices the Lord Buddha realized were not enough to reach the liberation. He went beyond them, discovered the real truth, discovered about his mind, and then taught dependent origination to the whole world. He awakened by seeing Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, how this mind has formed after he is offering the right path to Nibbana for this whole world. Unfortunately, yet many Buddhists today return to the old methods what Siddhartha tried to become Buddha. We should ask a question why we are doing like that way. Because Sammasambuddha, he already found the truth after trying those things. If we follow only what the Bodhisattva practice before enlightenment, if we will get only what the Bodhisattva got before enlightenment. Whenever we explain this Dhamma, I start by pointing out this essential truth, because anyone who is new to Dhamma needs to understand clearly what Buddhism is about and what Nibbana actually means. Before they step into the path, they need to clear their doubts and misunderstands what the foundation of this Buddhism. Only then they can walk the path with confidence. After resolve those all problems. This is why always Aryan Mahamsa try to offer the right pathway. Even after 2,600 years, the Lord Buddha's message is still shining with the same clarity as Lord Buddha showed the correct path. So even today, our Buddothpada Aryan Mahamsa reminded again and again. He emphasized all the time, this is the right way. Come and see, practice, we'll see what's happened to you. He always invited you. Yet most of them have continued to follow the old ways, like generosity, along rituals or concentration meditation, without understanding the deeper wisdom. What Sammasambuddha revealed. That's what happened in these days. So we must ask question ourselves. So we need to question ourselves deeply. What is Nibbana? It is the ending of becoming, the end of the fire. Because we are always firing inside us. Not outside, but inside our own mind. That's how we are firing. Every moment we burn with thoughts, memories, warriors, and reactions. Always appears the memories. That's how we are firing. That's how we become stress or anxiety. So when you feel stress, notice how the fire comes from your own thinking. If we want to reach Nibbana, Niven or Nivima in Sinhala, we must first understand how this inner fire is created. Like a greed is a fire. Hatred is a fire. Delusion is a fire. The fire is created by thinking, imagining, remembering, worrying. All depend on our thoughts. If the fire occurring through a thought, then we should understand how the thought or mind object has formed, because we should find out the escape from that fire. This is why Lord Buddha has preached the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma. So that is why Buddha said, don't look for the world outside. Find it within your own body and mind. We heard when about the Rohitatta story, when Rohitatta tried to find out the end of the world from outside. Sammasambuddha say it does not find the truth from outside, because the truth is not out there. It is inside. Look at your body and mind. This is why he told that the Dhamma must be realized within oneself. Oh, this is exactly why Sammasambuddha taught Paticca Samuppada. We should understand that point. He wanted to. The Lord Buddha wanted us to show how a single moment of mind or single thought can create a whole state of becoming. A tiny mental moment can grow into a full existence. By understanding this, we begin to see how suffering arising within us. Once you understand this Dhamma, also we can hear from Dhamma sermons always. Buddothpada also explaining sometimes why Bahya Tapasa. Lord Buddha has told Bahya Tapasa. In the scene, there is only scene. And in the herd, there is only herd. So he was teaching Bahya Tapasa not to create a whole world out of what is seen or heard, but to see things exactly as they are. This is why the Lord Buddha gave Bahya such a short Dhamma teaching. So that is the very short Dhamma sermons Lord Buddha preached, because Bahya Tapasa had the wisdom and readiness to understand instantly. So the Lord Buddha didn't need to speak long. Just a few words were enough for him to realize the truth. This is why the Lord Buddha said the world is not something outside. Ditte ditta mattang, sute sutta mattang. Why Lord Buddha said ditte ditta mattang? So we create a visual world through our eye, a sound world through we create through our ears, and countless other words through our thoughts. The world arises right here in this moment of the mind. That's how explained in a very short Dhamma sermon within 2-3 lines. The world is created through the senses. This mind build a whole universe from a moment. This is why we must carefully observe how the mind is created. Through Chittanupassana, we must understand exactly how thought arises, how it grows, and how it becomes a whole world. To understand whether this mind is true, is real. That is why Lord Buddha preached about the Satara Satipatthana Sutta. This is why we must also practice Kaya Anupassana, to look very closely at this body and see whether there is truly a person inside it, to create a real thought. Who's creating thought? Which person in this body? First, we need to clarify. We need to see very carefully about this body. Who is living in this body? Who is creating the thoughts? Thoughts means who? What is that thought? So then we can divide it into 2 parts, and then we can explore very carefully. Just as we observe how a thought is formed through Chittanupassana, we must also examine the body to understand whether there is an actual self living here, or whether it is just a process happening on its own, whether it is a natural phenomenon. Who are the owners for that thoughts? Who are the owners for this body? We can find out who are the owners of this heart. If there is owner, we can function this heart, but we are unable to function this heart. It's function itself. It's happened. Then you must explore after practicing Kaya Anupassana and Chittanupassana. Who is the owner of this body or thought? So we must investigate carefully. In the body is real? Is the thought real? Is there truly a person who owns the suffering or the fire? Who is the owner of that fire? Which the fire come through thoughts. Through Kayanupassana and Chittanupassana, we must explore whether there is anyone inside this body or mind. Who can say this is my pain? Who can say this is my fire? Like this, we have to explore very carefully. That's why the Satara Satipatthana Sutta Deshana preached by Lord Buddha. So let's say we are suffering because of our children or my husband. So how that fire occurring? Because so when we say a baby, my child is exist. Yes, I can see because my five senses are working. So I can see she's there. But once you realize this Dhamma, you won't meet any children. You might see you are experiencing your thought only. We must look closely. Is that truly a solid or permanent being? Or is it simply a thought, an idea created by the mind? Through careful observation, we begin to see that we call a person is only thought, that made concept. The real truth is very hard to understand or anyone to accept it, because the idea of a person or a child or mother or father or self is only a thought created by the mind. But people don't want to see this. They don't want to accept that what they cling to so strongly is just a mental image, not a solid reality. This is exactly why many people turn away from the Dhamma, true Dhamma. They are so strongly attached to their passions, their relationships, their identities, that they cannot accept the deeper truth. Then everything will blast off them, like some even say with confidence, why should I seek nibbana? I am perfectly happy. I'm perfectly happy with my family and my life. But this happens is this happiness is fragile, and the very attachment that feels sweet today becomes the cause of suffering tomorrow. Today becomes the cause of suffering tomorrow. So they have no ability to see that. It's true. We can't blame them. It's true. We all want to live happily until we are in ignorance. And no one wants to suffering. That is also true. Who likes to suffer? But when the Dhamma is clearly understood, the mind goes beyond both suffering and happiness. That's what happened. You don't meet happiness or suffering in the old way anymore. They reach a state where neither pleasure or pain can shake the mind. Never can shake the mind of them, because they never meet pleasure or pain. Yeah, sometimes they might hurt their back pain like mine, because the body can feel it, but there is no permanent person to as a owner for that pain. The five senses will work. It's natural phenomena. No need to bother with this pain or pleasure, but you will feel it. but there you would not meet any person to take it. But people don't like to accept that. They don't want to believe that what they call a person is only thought being used by the mind. Because when people hear this truth, their whole world begins to break. That's what happened. As I mentioned before, the dream world, because we are in a dream, we making every day a new dream to reach as a, to become a perfect person. The dream world they have built collapses once they realize this. They don't want to accept that they are living inside a dream. They like their dream. So they reject the Dharma because it threatens the illusion they love. That is, some people don't like to hear true Dhamma, and that's why they can't understand. Even if they hear this Dhamma, they don't care about it. Oh, I don't want to listen to those Dhamma sermons like that day. But they don't know the danger. Once they realize one day how dangerous this samsaric cycle, they will run after like these sermons, like Buddothpada Dhamma sermons. This is exactly what happened. When the whole dreams world begins to fall apart, the mind becomes frightened. It doesn't want to illusion to break because it has depend on the illusion for comfort and identity. So consciousness resists holding tightly to this dream, even when the truth is right in front of you. This is why people keep running after achievements endlessly. So it keeps chasing more and more, trying to strengthen the illusion. They are making strength this illusion. So what happened? They can't proud themselves, saying if they see this Dhamma, true Dhamma, they can't proud themselves, saying that I am an engineer, or I am a doctor, I am a billionaire, I'm a pilot, like that way, because they have a big frame in their dream. They don't like to go about those frame. This is exactly why suffering appears. If there was truly nothing outside to clinging to, there would be no pain. That I don't know why they can't understand, but we have created a strong imaginary world in our mind, and we are afraid to let it collapse. We think there is nothing out there. We think there is something out there. From that illusion, both happiness and suffering arise. This is why we need to practice Satara Satipatthana to understand Kaya Anupassana, Vedana Anupassana, Chitta Anupassana, and Dhamma Anupassana. This is why we must look closely at how the senses work. This body means looking about these five senses. First, we need to clearly see about how we can see, how we can experience the color world, how we can experience the hearing world, how we can experience the feeling, and how we can experience the smell. Like that way, every all five senses we need to be explored. The eye only receive shapes and colors, and the ear only receive the vibration called those we called as sound, but there is a vibration occurring. The tongue is only receive taste, but we are saying the word taste, but there is no taste, but it is a vibration or electrical impulses arising every moment. The nose only receive a smell, but we also using the word to say using words smell, but there is no smell actually. There is a vibration occurring every moment. There are simply contacts at the sense door, nothing more. The body experiences the four great elements. When the body feels cold, heat, lightness, soft, hardness, it is only the four elements interacting. There is no person inside feeling them. Only the elements knowing the elements. Finally, after you once you realize in this Dhamma, you won't meet even those elements as well. That is very very deep, but even though you won't meet anything, that is interesting and that is beautiful Dhamma. Once you realize this Dhamma, you might feel it, how it is beautiful. No need to afraid to understand this Dhamma. About when we say about the five elements, Lord Buddha said the body is nothing more than Patavi, Dhatu, Apu, Tejo, Vayu, means earth elements, water elements, fire elements, and air elements. If we see very carefully, perception and mind are not the two separate things. It is one thing. Whatever objects arise in the mind at a given moment is simply the mind taking that form. The object and the perception and the mind are all the same process. If there is an object, that means there is a soul. If the object is real, that there is a soul. If you perceive something as real, and that means in the mind, if it is real for you, that means there is you. That means there is a soul. That is not the non-soul Dhamma. This all entangling point you need to understand very carefully by exploring your mind. Actually, not hearing the Dhamma sermons. After hearing Dhamma sermons, from anywhere about the Satara Satipatthana Sutra, Kayanupassana, Chittanupassana, Vedananupassana, and Dhammanupassana, and Paticca Samuppada, very special. You explore yourself. Think why Lord Buddha has preached those Dhamma sermons. So that is very important. The mind and perception are really the same process. When someone observe how the mind forms an experience, they might think the object come from past memory. Sometimes we are thinking like that way. But what we call the object is simply the mind talking about its own creation. In truth, we can never really recognize a person or thing as it truly is, because the moment it arises, we grasp it and start constructing ideas around it. That's what happened. It's like a cycle. It is very fast process. We never understand. We can't see it, how it's fast create these thoughts. Imagine you can imagine, think we gave our child to someone else to raise when the child was very young age. Think about when 2-3 months. After many years, we wouldn't be able to recognize the child face. Why? Because we haven't been continuously constructing that image in our mind. It should be constructed continuously to appear the objects in our mind or recognize. That's how we are recognized. This is my husband, this is my father, this is my mother. Like that way. If you don't know, if it is a new thing for you, you don't know even the name of it. If the child is mine, I should be able to recognize them after many years, but we can't do like that. So why I can't recognize after giving someone to raise the child after long, why I can't recognize? It's because I haven't been continuously constructing the image in my mind, because I haven't seen for a long time. That's how we recognize everything as mine. We constantly rely on old perception. Whatever we recognize now is shaped by the perception we have carried from the past. This is why Sammasambuddha explained, monks, that perception itself is an act of fabrication. That is how living beings experience life, through constructed perceptions. Aryan Mahanse, this fast cycle explain very nicely by giving an example, like the in Sinhala we say gini walalla, like fires. When you turn the fire very fast, we can see like a existing round, like that way. So always in our mind, object appear from the past memory. Actually, we can't say that there is a memory, even though once you realize you won't meet any memory as well. No, there is no past memory or the past event be real. Once you understand this Dharma, you will realize that there is no past memory or past events or person who had experience in the past. That's what happened when realizing this Dhamma. When the old memory or old past events when appear in your mind and when it disturb you, after you realizing this Dhamma, you will realize that there wasn't any person to hang in with that past event or past memory, or also the mind, the object when appear it won't be real. You don't take as it is a real thought, because you already seen that an illusory world, and you already realize that there is no person in your body or mind. Nobody can understand this until reach to that wisdom of the past mind that called Pupenivasana Jnana. The past mind, that wisdom means for the first time when you realize in the Dhamma, for the very second, you will realize, you will understand what is the consciousness mind and what is the wisdom. That's how you can see that there is no soul or past memory or past event. Then you don't want to it doesn't arise fire within you when you have no real memory or real past events or real person or real existing world or soul. But you will beautifully work as a normal person in that society. Actually, in truth, this isn't something hard to understand, but many people look for a complicated Abhidhamma or advanced Pali studies, and they thinking wisdom must be hidden there. That's what we thought earlier, and we were looking for Pali words, and I can remember I wrote Pali Gatha in a book, and I was reading, and then every day I was I wrote in a book, and then I thought when I gathering those knowledge, wisdom might arise. That's how we also thought those days. Yeah. However, in the Buddha's time, even 7 or 8 old children awaken to that state of Sotapanna. That shows how simple and direct the real Dhamma is. But nowadays, we are thinking it is very difficult to understand this true Dhamma, to awaken to that state of Sotapanna, or to enter the path to Nibbana. So how we should argue with ourselves how it's happened, and then why Lord Buddha preached this Paticca Samuppada, Satara Satipatthana, Sutta, and everything. We should argue with ourselves, not with others. Today, many Dhamma sermons are, we can see, we can hear, lots of Dhamma sermons are misleading. People don't want to give the true Dhamma to their children either. But in Lord Buddha said, an 8-7-year-old children awaken to the Sotapanna state. Because if they hear the real teaching or real Dhamma sermons, their whole dream world will collapse, because they makes they in their mind they have lots of hopes about their children. They wants to their children to become a doctor or engineer or a billionaire, like that way. Why they don't like to give this Dhamma for the children? Because the whole dreams world will collapse. They scared for that reason. They don't want to accept the everything they cling to is just a mental construction. When a child understands the Dhamma deeply, it doesn't make them strange or disconnected from this world. They won't live like without talking, without eating. No, it doesn't happen like that way. They still live as in a normal life. Who understand this Dhamma, that child is studying as normal. She's playing or he's playing, laughing, learning. They ask something. They are singing. They are dancing. They just like any other child. They behave like that way. Nothing might be different. The only difference is inside. They no longer take the world as absolutely real. That's what happened in their life. They know it's a passing experience, a mental construction. But this understanding does not reduce their love or kindness or compassion. When the child realizing that there is no existing world, don't be scared, because that does not reduce their love, kindness, or compassion. The child who sees the truth still loves their parents fully. They have very, very great kindness, very good compassion, and the parents' love remains the same. Nothing be changed, only change from their internal transformation. We heard about the story of the Vishaka. So she had a normal life. So we are those days. That's why I explain. Lots of Dhamma sermons give misleading. They are misleading the people these days. When they face a problem, the children realize this Dhamma. When they face any problem, they don't want to suffer the way others do, because they understand the Dhamma, true Dhamma. They know suffering is not necessary. They know the problem is just an experience, not a real world crashing down. So they respond very wisely. That's what happened. Isn't it good for your children or my children? So isn't this actually something good for your children? That's what we need to ask ourselves. If they understand this Dhamma, they don't suffer unnecessarily like others. They still live normally, but they don't let problem break them. Isn't this something good for children? Think about it. Don't be scared to give this true Dhamma for your children as well. It is one of the most wholesome things a child can learn. That is the greatest gift any parents can give for their children. That is the greatest dowry. You collect money and you deposit money in their account. You give lots of money you spend to achieve, to take a good qualification. And then more than that, beyond, can't measure it. This is the greatest and great present for your children. Many young people today, many young people today fall into drugs, problems and anger and destructive choices, not because they are bad, but because they don't understand their own mind. They don't see the danger of the cycle they are trapped in. That's why they are taking drugs or like that things. They don't know how suffering arises. They don't know how to claim the mind when it burns. So when stress comes, when pressure builds, when emotional explode, they don't have enough tools to survive from them. They react blindly. They get pulled by anger, fear, and loneliness and peer pressure. So how sad their life, and then without knowing this true Dhamma. And sometimes those reactions lead to a prison, addiction, or lifelong regret. Sometimes young children, they live for their whole life in a prison. Because why? This is not a moral failure. It is a lack of understanding of Dhamma or about themselves. This is why Dhamma is a gift, not a burden. If children understood even little Dhamma, they would not fall into these traps. That's what parents need to understand. Every parent need to understand about this true Dhamma. Yeah, because once they realize that this true Dhamma gives them awareness and emotional balance, an understanding of craving, an understanding of anger, inner strength, compassion, patience, clarity, everything they will take from this Dhamma. That's what happened for their life. So we hear sometimes young children, they are in a prison because they can't control anger for a moment. If they see this moment is arising and fading very clearly through this Dhamma, how they can control their anger. That's how it is very useful and very important to understand. A child who understands the mind does not need drug to escape. They do not let anger destroy their life. They do not drown in stress. They do not feel lost in the world because they feel loneliness, because they are thinking that there is an existing world and I am here alone, and they are thinking like that way because of they don't realize this Dhamma. They don't know about this true Dhamma. They don't know about themselves. This is path to nibbana is so pleasant. Once those noble qualities have awakened, and as one lives in a way that support true liberation, one naturally becomes someone who keeps turning the mind towards the path that cools the fire of suffering and bring inner freedom. That's how we can say simply to make them understand. Until they realize in this Dhamma, we can't tell any deep steps. Today, I talk about a little bit about the Dhamma, that why we need to give this priceless and gift for our future generation. It is very important. I think, isn't it far greater to walk the path to Nibbana in this very, very rare life? This human life is very rare. So rather than simply wishing for a Nibbana after death, we are all Buddhist people and all are waiting to wish Nibbana after death of their relatives. When you listen to Dhamma sermons on Paticcasamuppada, the nature of things becomes clear and understanding naturally arises within you. So that's why we are taking time to explain about this Dhamma through Buddothpado PeoTV, and all Dhamma friends, why taking their time to explain this Dhamma sermon, try to offer Dhamma sermons through Buddothpada TV. And also Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse make big effort every day. I think 24 hours he is offering Dhamma sermons. Why? He doesn't want to earn in money. Even we don't want to earn money. We are not going behind those kind of things. We are trying to give this message for our future generation, for our parents, and because we know this is a very, very, very rare opportunity in this human life. That's what we are trying. I believe someone will continue this Dhamma sermon. May you understand this true Dhamma through the Buddothpado PeoTV for 24 hours. May this help you realize the noble path within this very, very rare human life. I'm emphasize again. You might never can meet this opportunity again if you lose in this moment. So may you all be protected by the triple gem. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irthu. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniya. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniya. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniya. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patubhavo ayatanam patilabho ayam uchati bhava pachya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnashani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanwahanse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dhamma, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Alan Watson. And I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of precious kind of Dharma discourses.
So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in the Sinhala word, when we try to talk about there's the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. I mean, all the time when I try to say this, kind of there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know, you know. If you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So kind of there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone appears this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is even in the field level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever. They still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind, that's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind. And beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level. And even that, we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli. So don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan
Therwan
Saranai to
Saranai,
all
Therwan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpada once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. Actually, uh, just the projections of the sensory faculties and yeah,
Dharma, then there,
yes, yeah,
seeing the reality again,
hmm,
we can understand the reality, but
yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Wahanse very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said, to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints, that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually, not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea, like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea, but unless you go through the trip, only, you will understand. These are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
yes, that's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually, the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there, because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax, that's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is, they are laughing at us because it is happily there, because now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikare, that is what's the word? Wise attention. Yeah, that one. And try and understand how this happened, how this how this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the soul. The non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, there's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he has to. He wanted to because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He is the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time. So he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting. And he knew. How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up. And that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self-vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Namaste and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we now, when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left, we shouldn't be scared of forgetting Dhamma facts and this all the phenomena, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. Have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect, same way Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples, the wind and the river. Wind is just the speed, river is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained, because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use the although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage agintino. So we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Ms. Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That 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 should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of chains. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? I think, don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, yeah, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
Yeah, like
finer
how
point
people
to
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Maya, illusory conscious.
Yeah,
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, you know, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dharma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not just that level, but there is it no dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our, family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes. But there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this samsaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, it changes the form. Like in one time, it would be giving a illusion of human sensory organs. So the It will be, America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation. And we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see or we hear or we feel or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000 or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering, but then we need that. There's another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just, it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of, that is the outcome of cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the, sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean, 99%, I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get. for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we
Yes.
go through, yeah?
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self-vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare, and insight meditation is difficult for people to understand, so they just give up. You know, they just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse, because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self-vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dharma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, where they look at the suffering, where they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dharma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dharma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. Now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dharma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice sati sampajanna without even thinking of sati sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the sila. The sila automatically is there. The sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshana and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, what do we call darshana? What is the word we call for darshana?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah, so that is the only thing that, philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aryan Mahansi says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self angle actually changes the whole thing. And after that, sila happens, the samadhi happens, but it's samma samadhi. Right meditative state, I don't know. The meditative state where there is no self. And that is, people can't even understand that, because it is rare. Definitely, if we had that, we are not born here now to talk about this, do we? So yeah, definitely we haven't had that experience before. So That's why we are here talking about this and trying to understand this. So we need to know that these very specific, very rare things we try to experience, and when once someone experiences it, then the whole noble eightfold path starts, because the view already has changed from wrong view to right view. Then everything starts to become right. You think, but you think with the no self anger. You do something, you do it with the no self anger. You talk with the no self anger. You do everything, even the samadhi, satya, this awareness, the meditative states, everything with the no self anger. That's the beauty, and that's where the cessation of suffering, the start of the cessation of suffering. Otherwise, if you keep imagining things in the mind world, still you won't know the your taints, and also you won't know the no self vibration. That's where the challenge is. But the challenge is a challenge because our mind has so much thickness.
न्यूज़ में आप बताना है कि
Theron Sanaranans, did you try to talk? Yeah, it's very beautiful how we keep understanding Dharma and then keep changing, and come to a level where you feel your self vibration, and then you know it is dissolving, because it has started from the Noble Eightfold Path. If the path starts from the right vision, everything starts to get dissolved. So I didn't notice that Aryan Hansi is also in the discussion. I'm not sure whether he is in a position to talk. Yes.
Yes, I was about to say, Dr.
Yeah.
Gokula.
Yeah.
I had a colleague in
Yeah,
office.
Kokila, what's your question?
It wasn't a question, Aryan Hansi. We were just discussing.
Yeah.
We were just discussing about the beauty of Dhamma, actually.
Oh.
And we were discussing about stuff that you were discussing in the morning as well. How last few days, how in single Zoom discussions you were talking about few aspects. So we usually try to discuss that in the single discussion, English discussion too. So we were talking about that. Do you want to add something, Aryan Hansa? Or if anyone has a question, you can ask Aryan Hansa if he is in a position to answer. Yeah, what was it, Surangika, you were going to say?
I was trying to say that there was a colleague in office who took
Yes,
some.
Kokila, I don't know what's discussion going on. I'm just now joined.
Yeah, we didn't specifically talk about a question, Aramanshu. We were just elaborating on things that you try to teach us these days.
Especially people in mind. Mind
Yes.
is otherwise is the mind is illusion. but they don't know what is the fee. That's mind is your world, mind is suffering and sadness, everything is your mind. But you understood how is the mind is creating, mind is not real. So that's the end of suffering. That's the nibbana is there. That's very important. So how is mind creating? That's Buddhist philosophy. Buddha's explain this world. What is the truth is here. So nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. So that's very important. You know? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's not easy to understand because this your life feel is here. Everybody have their life feel. So people thinking this world is real. They are in here. So who are them? Who are you? Body is not you, mind is not you. That's your pain, that's your power, that's your what is this? It's like an electric power, like a magnetic power, like a mind power. There's nobody here, no one is here. System is this. System is working. System like this. So that's the ending the suffering. Someone understood this. Normally everything is normally going on. Normally everything is happening. No.
Yes.
It's very important. Yeah. Not easy to understand because it's experience. It's not believing. It's not knowledge. It's not another type of syllabus or something. It's really happening here. So feel how it's coming. It's very important. Someone understood this. No problem anywhere. Everything can be happening. But you are in silence. That's the calm and cool mind. Free mind. No death of the system is working. Every second, every time, thoughts are created. Thought is not anybody. Thought is only the thoughts. That's it. Just a thinking.
Mm.
Yeah. It's okay.
And I think a lot of our listeners are very keen to understand this and feel this.
Experience is very important. No? Peaceful mind. There's a calm and cool. There's a tranquility. It's an experience. You have experience, or Sunanga have experience. So people have an experience, that is right. They're struggling. Many guys are thinking, but this word is concentration. But it's not inside meditation. They are doing concentration meditation. It's not inside meditation. It's other. It's understanding. So someone want to understand. Someone understood what is truth here. The values are gone. Normally everything is happening. That's the Buddha's explain. That's the peaceful mind. That's the sadness, suffering, endless. That's the endless. Otherwise, it's like a film. Everything is happening. You are not in the film. That's very important. Everything can be happen, no problem anyway. Nobody's here, that is why. But you are there, you can't tolerate it because you have ego, no. But ego is fading. That's okay, no. It's not easy. Yeah. Normally, your job or your daily, that's your lifestyle. So normally going on. It's no problem. You want experience. Everybody want experience. Yeah, Buddha's word is come and see. No, you can experience it. It's very nice feeling. It's good. I think its time is now. So, what do you think about Surangika?
That's an iron answer. Yes, it's
Yeah.
really beautiful iron answer. I think that the tranquility that comes from within, and then the ability to still do the same things, isn't it, Aryanvas? It's still doing the home stuff, still doing the chores, still going to the market, still doing the job, and deadlines, and working 5 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. You don't feel that stress is not there. The problems were there only because we made it a problem. Grandmas those days, everything is like a gatekeeper. Everything is questioned. That is because of that innate understanding of the Dhamma had not been embedded or entrenched. So everything becomes an issue then in the mind. And then it's like an easy flow. It's like how you say water has no shape. Water takes the shape of everything, or the bowl that it is put into. If you put it into a glass, the water takes the shape of the bottle. Or if you put the water into a glass, the water takes the shape of the glass. It's like that. There is a blending without friction, isn't it?
That's a non-soul.
Yeah.
That's a non-soul pattern. You are not anywhere. I say everything is okay. Yeah, nature is there. You are in somewhere. There's something. That's the problem. It's you. You are not anywhere. No problem. No, it's okay. That's the water shape. What's the is okay. Art is okay. But you have art. You have shape. It's okay. You can't tolerate other shapes. That's why. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Your style, yeah. Your art. That's your art. It's your experience given you art. Otherwise, your mind also experience. So that's Abhisankara. Buddha's word is a spark. It's automatically generating the power, more power. It's more ego. It's you. You who are you are a doctor or anything. So that's your ego. You have a value. You are given. You are given to you are given value to you. That's why, no.
Yes.
It's okay. Nobody value given to you. You not you is the you don't care for anybody. It's okay. Otherwise, that's the black sheet.
Yeah.
That's good idea. That's good idea. It's easy life. That's good, I think. That's the final result. It's okay. That no problem for that. That's a big no. Otherwise, the monk like that, no value. It's okay. The monk haven't
Lynn, and I feel, how is coming this? How is the senses of creations? So senses of creations is sense of creation is the effort is this your world. What's your world? Your world have everything, no? Chair, table, mother, father, everything, sun, moon, mango tree, and the variety of trees. But this this Dharma, someone don't know this Dharma. So people, you also, everybody have this experience. Is sometimes coming is dislike, sometimes coming ill will, hatred, raga, and this is Buddha's word is a moha. Raga, this moha. So raga, this is the always continuing. Moha is avidya. You don't know the truth, you are in moha. What is this? This very word. This the Four Noble Truths we discussed before. So, right vision, right thoughts, right speech, right action, right livelihood. So, right effort. This what is this effort? Is samavaya. Right mind, mindfulness. What is this? Samavayama, samma sati, samma samadhi. That's awareness is here. So right consciousness is the final effect. It's a nothingness. It's not no anything is there. It's your mind ending. What's the no? Mind is normally working, but not powers. That is time. So Varna Samvedi, Varna Patti Samvedi. Yeah, that's a. So what is Varna? Varna is colors. How is colors is coming? Eye creations. Color is a sound only. Yeah, that is why it's a baby's kindergarten time. Given the sound, everything. But teacher showing the picture, and this is very interesting. How is this thoughts value is coming? We explained this 2 days ago. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this value is coming? Without value, without this feel, normally, what's your life? What's your life is time? You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened here. So normally, people thinking they have everything is happened to him, but someone understood this Dharma. Everything is happening. Only incident. Nothing happened to anybody. That is the very worth, I think. So this right vision is the main part of this Noble Eightfold Path is dependent on origination. What is the special part is the first one is a cause and effect. What is the cause is you won't do something. That's what is the effect is, yeah. And that is the effect, yeah. Cause and effect is the very worth, I think. So it's not easy because you don't understand. First is everything is coming knowledge. Otherwise knowledge is not a truth. Knowledge can be changed, but you know this truth, not any change happening anywhere. It's one way. Buddha telling this ekainamaggoam bhikkhave. What the meaning is? Bhikkhave is a bhikshu. Is Ekaina maggo ayam bhikkave is one way to the nibbana, no any other ways. That is why ekaina maggo. So it feel that wisdom guys. What is the wisdom guys? Is someone know this our thoughts are not real. It's an illusion. We are living in our mind. We are thinking everything. So this want to be verified, very clear. But it's not clear. Somebody is going speedily, others and other points starting. But it's not bad. We are not talking about anything. But it's not real. It's not original. So what is the real? What is the original? You see, you. Who are you? You sometimes how you understood. So most of people have ego. That's ego is given pictures. There's a given that's ideas, pictures. So someone is believe in these thoughts, mind. That is the sadness thing, because something can be happen. But someone understood this first. So example, someone is understand they know, he know how dangerous for this. So understanding is good, no bad. But what is they are doing? They are doing wrong thing, no? Because everybody won't understand first is mind. So Sri Lanka here, our monks today have this problem. Somebody, so after, so we can hear this YouTube. So others Dharma discourses. So no more guys telling the non-soul Dharma. Otherwise, no, I feel is here. So normally feeling is censoring feeling. It's not anybody. It's not. Yeah. It's a very worth, I think. So you know that normally that's how your lifestyle is going. How's your what do you think about that's your this nibbana way, nibbana path. So first is the knowledge is a satya jnana. Everybody know now this is a kruta jnana is the second one. Is a kruta jnana is the third one. So satya jnana is there's a Buddhist philosophy. What is Buddha explain this word? What is the truth is here? That one is a satya jnana. What is a kruta jnana? It's a kruta jnana is a practically experience. You can get it. It's no doubt about it after that. That is why it is a kruta jnana. So many people is a kruta jnana try to doing. Yeah, it's okay. That's you can try it because you stimulus are coming, thoughts are coming. You can realize this one real or no. So someone understood it's not real. It's illusion. It's our mind. So it's a sound and forms and other five sense of feeling is there. No any other. These are together coming. That's the thoughts. So we explain this. Every thoughts have value inside, like a magnetic power, like electric power. So this type of this rhythm of going everybody. That's lifestyle. People talking about the they have birth, they have death, they have that's a death. They are thinking everything. They have birth, they have death, they have alive somebody. That's the existence feel is given this. So existence feel, otherwise existence is chair, table, kindergarten time. That's a little baby. So he know that's now after chair, table, mother, father, everything is like a data. It's okay. But it's interesting. Interesting is it's interesting one is it's not real. It's illusion. It's someone realizing how it's happening. He can find it. Buddha's word. So So normally you are living. So your mind is coming many things. So you would understand what happened here. So it's very worth. So that is why we want clear this Dharma, no doubt, because you know this doubt is not good. You know, there's a Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikiccha, Silabhata, Paramasa, Tum Sanyojana. It's a Buddhist word. Is three. There's a combining points. Your circle of birth. How is creating this your circle of birth? How is this continually happening? That one is the Sankara, especially. So you can see, you can realize today how is our school teachers and Sunday school teachers, how is teaching? So everybody is teaching Buddha's subject. How is everybody is teaching this? So they don't know otherwise truth. How they are given perfect real. So how they explain others. How this kindergarten that's an age that as a Sunday school teacher or your school teacher, how is explain this Dhamma? Someone asking how is became a Buddhist, how is happening that? So how many people can given this answer, this question? I know this monks also struggling. They are struggling because that's a karma bhumi. They are teaching others karma bhumi. They are not talking about the mind creation. How is our mind is coming? So it's I think it's a huge misunderstanding. But whole this world, our world, I think most of people like this believing after death, they are thinking they are going heaven or death. That is why they are making everything, their house and everything is doing because they won't know the truth. Otherwise, they want life. They want this life keep because you won't understand this Dhamma. You won't end in this circle of birth. How is you are doing this? You won't know the truth first. That's not only the Dhamma, not only the word, not only the any other type of subject. It's a real. It's your story. Every story is there. You can understand. It's very worth, yeah. So you have encourage. You want to encourage. You want to. That's a Buddha's word is the virya. Saddha virya, sati samadhi prajna. Panch indriya dharma. It's a Buddha's word is 5. This Panch indriya dharma is Saddha is satya, is a truth. Saddha is a truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. He know the truth. He have that. That's a peaceful mind. That is the how is this coming? He haven't anything because he understand everything is sound and firm. So it's very worth, I think, understand first what is the happen here. So doctor also tried to explain that. So this is the very worth point is our mind creation. That is our these senses, eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin type. These senses working. The senses don't we understand. So how is light is happening? How is sound also happening? How is this skin sensor, the hot and cool? How is happening? How is this? So you see, it's an unbelievable one. It's not outside anywhere. It's your mind. It's only the thought. Thought is not anywhere. You're thinking. This one is very special, everybody, to understand. So we won't talk about this today. Yes, it's the final day before yesterday. Also, we are talking. We discussed why all people in illusion. Why they not understand the truth? They don't know truth. Yeah, it's okay. It's our society. So our religion, so Buddhism, is like a other religious type. So they are talking about going to heaven. They are thinking that they are someone doing the bad things. They are going evil. So this is happening because there's a generating the power. So someone don't know this Dharma. You know any other idea? He thinking is good. Good work is good. Yeah. Bad work is bad. Yeah. Good guys. The good work. The good guy is going heaven. Bad guy going heaven. But it's not really happening. So someone try to end in the suffering. He won't end the is bad experience. So people talking about pim power, it's a peanut and power, but they are trying to go in that way. They are trying to doing good things, and they are thinking about going after the good place. But you cannot realize this. It's not Buddha. It's where Buddha left it, because how do you know how much you have defilements? You don't know. That is how do you know you are doing? No, there's a many dharma. That's a so try to try to stop this suffering, sadness. That is the point of Buddha also given this point, ending the suffering. So suffering is there, something is here, something is not in here, nobody is here. So that's the type of ending the suffering. So suffering is happening somewhere. So they want somebody. Suffering is it won't be experienced. So you understand this Dharma. You are not in here. It's a process. It's a system. Every time is creating the one thought is the happening. It's not real. So this is understandable. So someone understood this Dharma is okay. Karma boom is over. Action and effect Dharma is on. So real is the coming in front, the cause and effect Dharma. Because that illusion is over. So that one is the avidya, is a illusion. So it's very worth, I think, understand our sense of creations. Sense of creations is given this defilements and this world and everything. It's inside is a senses are creating, your inside is power is generating, otherwise automatically is happening. So this power is going, this first is your vision, want to be right, bad ideas, guys. So more today also, like a Buddha's time. So not easy to explain the truth, because how much you get in this, because you have experienced bad experience, the wrong experience, wrong vision you have. So, but you don't know it is wrong. You're thinking it is good, but it is not. Because that way, someone is doing something to find the nibbana, but he's going wrong way. How is happening? It's not happening. That is why we want to talk about it. It's a very worth our story. It's not a syllabus. We want to verify. We will clear this. This you can read that Tripitaka, the Buddha Jain Tripitaka. So there's a sutra, there's a Pali, but in the meaning sometimes you realize be careful, because so sometimes you can't see that, but you know this Dharma, you understand. So someone understood this Dharma. So that is a special, because without understanding this Dharma, nothing to do anything. Everything is normally happening. Everything is normally happening. He thinking he is alive. He's doing everything. That is why he has sadness and suffering. So this is the point of understand. It's want to be very clean. So someone, this point is understand. So everything is sound and firm. Is after that. It's okay. Some period you are realizing. Practically, you are trying to do something because you are thinking, and you are thinking, your stimulus, your thoughts are coming, inside awareness is creation happening, inside awareness is creations happening. So that's the jnana, so you can feel it. It's not a thinking, it's a feel. It's a tranquility and peace and calm mind is coming. No inside pain, no inside burning. So it's an understand one. Yeah, but what you want is experience, because the experience is practically. It's not after. It's not believing. It's not trust. It's an experience you have. It's okay. That is a type of confirm what is that happen here. So we have experience. Many guys asking the knowledge. They are in knowledge. Many of them in knowledge. The inside the awareness, they are not. Their attraction is given inside awareness. You want you won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking this way, especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing. Something is there. That's a normally. But super awareness we are talking, Buddha's is a cause and effect dharma. That's a vidarshana. Vidarshana is Vidarsana is not a samatha. Samatha is no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's a no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation. Is it's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the defilements. So it's not ending the sadness, because there's a doing that leg cross sitting and breathing and exhaling and the concentrated meditation people, but they don't know how is this soul is happening, how is this life feel is coming, how is this mind is creations. They don't know. That is why they are in illusion. They are thinking they are living outside. So they are thinking they are living outside. How they can find the truth? They can't do that, because various of animals have individually themselves have that's the world. This world is individually just everybody. That's there are mind creations given, not anywhere. That is why it's not happening to outside. Someone thinking outside is not this Dharma. It's your mind creations. So that especially is the your life feel, your soul. That creation is effort is that one. It's very special, I think. As understand. The true Dharma. The true Dharma is talking about the truth. Dharma is Buddhist philosophy. Most of them talking about Buddhist philosophy. But what's the truth? What's the real truth? What's really is happening? It's very worth everybody. So this I won't tell in this inside awareness. That's a super awareness. It's very worth. Because it's a jnana. Otherwise, Buddha's telling it's the jnana. How is jnana is not a thinking. Jnana is not a thoughts. Jnana is your inside is. We are not talking about the normal awareness, because normal awareness is somebody won't thinking. Somebody think hear something. This chair or table, or someone is thinking that chair is a chair. There's inside is awareness is coming. Yeah, there is not chair. It's a sound and films. Normally is people. Normally everything is happening. But inside meditation is normally everything is happening. But your inside is that's no any value is coming. These thoughts, no values. That's understand. Finally, is coming. This what is the truth is somebody won't understood. So it's very worth. This is the point of I won't explain this. That's a super awareness. That's the Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. How is coming? That's a super awareness. Is everything is here. Nothing happened. So as a Buddha's word is this Nisato Nijo Sunyo. It's a Buddha's word is no being, no living being, nothing existent. These thoughts are normally here. Otherwise, you can see, you can hear. Mind sense also working. So everything is normal, but That's the insight. Not anybody is here. That's only the access. No one is doing otherwise. Nobody is here otherwise. The system is working. Mind creation is the working. That's the that's everything is normally you are doing. You are cooking or something. You are at home. Day-to-day activities is going, or someone is doing the job, or something doing. That's everything is you can do. There's no problem anywhere. Nothing happen. Nothing change anything. But your inside is not value is coming. That's the end. Yes, sir. That one is how is coming. That's how is going on. First, you want to know the truth. Discussion. So, I like someone have question or something. So this non-soul Dharma and the cause and effect Dharma. So more people in action and effect. That is not Buddha's word. But they can't understand it because there's a case is the books. There's a Carl Chandramana Theros wrote books. How are the nibbana? So they are not that books have cause and effect Dharma. They are talking only the action and effect. So they are given this our society to action and effect Dharma. They are always talking about action and effect. It's a silly point because nobody is here who is the action and effect. But they are thinking they are in here. And how they can got this done? It's not easy. So more people today, whole world, struggling here. They want truth, they finding, but it's not easy. How they can meet this Dharma? How they can listen this Dharma discourses? That is why I try to explain this Dharma English language. Because Sinhala Dharma discourses I did more, 4,000 over. So Sri Lankan guys, who's talking Sinhala, know the Sinhala language. Yeah, more Dharma discourses you can hear. But foreign guys, other guys, how this understand? They want this because this is the real one. How they understand? That is why they want English. I say I want to do this. Actually is my duty. I want to do this English language. Yeah, it's coming day by day. Yeah, so I'm trying to explain is my side. So your side you want to encourage. You want this your side have. So especially is the Sandhitika Dhamma. No one can give an easily. Because your inside is crowd becoming the truth. It's an experience. You want experience otherwise. There someone can join with me and discussion what is how is the cause and effect and how is the action and effect done. Why people in action and effect yeah, it's okay. Why Sri Lanka here, over there 90% over there in misconception. So they are thinking they are in Buddhist guy. I'm talking about the Buddhist people. only the Buddhist people. Buddhist guys, I think, yeah, it's 90,000, 90 second, so 19 plus, I think. That's in misconception. They are in action and effect. Most of them. So same Buddhist time, Buddha's time. Buddha's time they are in action and effect otherwise. Buddha said Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today not Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today they are thinking they are Buddhist. That is why we are talking about Niganta Bhikshu and Niganta is a Buddhist. Why? They are in action and effect Dharma. They don't know cause and effect. They are thinking action and effect, cause and effect. They are thinking everything is same, but it's not same. Action is effect. You are going, you want something outside. Action and effect, someone going outside is permanent because outside is real. That is why they are going that way. But inside meditation is a cause and effect. It's very rare. It's not common. It's not easily coming to you. You won't find it. That is right. It's okay. Somebody can join with me and your words given us. Terence and I. Someone can talk with me because this point is day before yesterday or we a few days ago we are discussed, but it's not enough. Yeah, many times I think I won't remember in this action and effect. What is the action and effect? What is the cause and effect? Because this is the point of your side. Is what's happened to you. That's very important, I think. It's a good thing is you don't worry about anything. Everything can be happen to happily. It's a good one. Because I feel, my feel is like that. So this era is very valuable in Sri Lankans. So other countries have some problems the same time, especially the next year. So they are thinking their wrong vision. So they are going that way today also. They are making many weapons and they are making them very so this is destroyable items, weapons also. Very destroyable items. It's if you want again and again think about it. So especially is the action and effect Dharma. So you remember something example is so your baby if you're married is okay. Your baby is coming to you with you sometimes office. So you're thinking this example this example is you so normally that's a silly mind is it's okay. They want to end in this suffering. So it's okay. The Buddha's time is also same no. They want to end in suffering. But how is happening? How is happening end in suffering? So you have really this world is real. You thinking this world is real. It's not happening. Suffering is here. Something is there. There's an existential field outside. But color is your eye. Is otherwise is the colors red, blue is coming to sound, but eye is given the light. These are together coming. That's the thought creations. Today is a moving that thoughts, creations, but it's not real. So this very special, I think. What is the real cause and effect, Dharma? Someone know? It's very nice, I think. It's not easy, but it is okay. It's very worth, I think. Because existence feel how is coming. That's a sound and forms together. That's actually is you can realize this practically. That's example like that different type of tuning pork. One time touching, there's a ting and tongue is sound is coming. There's the other side someone is there. There's the tongue is coming. This is a type of yeah. So
Thiruvān Saranam. Book reading. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page 84. As you continue to practice seeing the truth is the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Baladharma. This means that all these qualities of Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that the spiritual development has started within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening, Satta Bujjanga. The 7 factors of awakening are mindfulness, Sati, investigation, Dhamma, Vichaya, effort, Virya, joy, priti, tranquility, Passaddhi, concentration, Samadhi. Equanimity. Without proving aversion means upekka. This spiritual development of the Satta Bujjanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhi Parayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the super-mandate plane known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can stop your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the super-mandate plane of the Patisoda. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal world. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to the temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you from falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supermandate plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumi, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist that will lead you to bhavaya, and you will go on in samsara following the cycle of birth and following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world's in an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called Buddhist. It means Bauddha or Bhava-Uddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the 4 postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to nirvana begin with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you received at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enter is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are 4 stages of attainment in the supermandate plane, they are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arhat. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Marga is like a path going up a mountain in search of nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similarly attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that have realized the truth. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts, without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization, and you will never move forward to realize the next 3 stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the lokottara samadhi. If he gets attached to this samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to nirvana. You can be a sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, means drushti, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of anagami, or you should get advice from a kalyana mitra, means someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path, even when you are on the path, to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arhat. You have to quality keeping you have to quietly keeping seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arhat, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Ogattarana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort that you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts, seeing that there is nothing in a thought is known as the Animitta Samadhi. You can observe the Animitta Samadhi while you are on the path to becoming an Anagami, even though you need to put some effort while being on the path to become an Anagami. You need not do anything while being on the path to become an Arhat. You only need to quietly observe your thoughts while on the path to becoming an Arhat. Once you attain the stage of Sotapanna and Anagami, you will realize that the outside world is only an illusion and that it is light. You will also realize that the thought is also light. You would let go of both the outside world and the belief in thought. You will also see the Shunyata, the nothingness, in all what you receive through your six senses. The above explanations are of a very advanced nature. Now let us talk about your progress on your path and your practice as of today. The message we always give you is to keep your mindfulness focused on your base, which is your home. Remember, mindfulness is our home. You have to learn to be in your home. Mindfulness is your base, your home. You always have to come back to your home. Whenever your mind goes away behind other thoughts, you always have to take your mind back to your home. You have to take it back to your point of concentration, which could be either your breath or your posture. You should always see the truth in the thought that arises in your mind and then let it go and go back to your home. When you do this, your practice in mindfulness becomes stronger. When you improve in your mindfulness, it leads to a samadhi. When you have a samadhi and awareness of your mind, it is like always being at home. Once you have developed a samadhi or this awareness of your mind, you will always feel very calm and very light-hearted. You will always be mindful, or you will always be. The path to nirvana is a miraculous journey. No matter how many problems you have, or how many people are gathered around you, or whatever you do, you will always be mindful in your home. When you say that you are in your home, it means you are progressing on your path to nirvana. Once you develop a very good mindfulness, you will not wander about in this samsara, in this cycle of rebirth and death. Mindfulness will be your home. Even if you die tomorrow, you will maintain your mindfulness until your end. At the end, it is only your mindfulness that will remain with you. Mindfulness is our home. You receive thoughts when you stay away with your thoughts and think of your past and your future. Your thoughts give rise to even more thoughts. When you realize that your mind is getting carried away with your thoughts, you should quickly bring your mind back to your home. Yoniso Manasikara means the moment a thought arises, you should become mindful about it. You should immediately see that thought with wisdom, which means that there is in that thought and that it is alive. Seeing that in your thought will quickly take your mind back to your home. When your mind is at home, you will again feel the peace and the light-heartedness. Again, as soon as another thought arises, you should immediately look at it using the wisdom of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. This wisdom is that you look at the thought and see that the outside does not exist, that it is only a thought. Then you also see that even the thought does not exist. The thought too is alive. Then after seeing the thought with awareness and wisdom, you must bring back your mind back to your home and stay home. You should always be mindful, be at home. When you are always mindful, it can be described as a samadhi. Samadhi is being in a deep awareness, watching your thoughts that come and go. It is an awareness where you always see the thought that arises in your mind and then you let it go as you know it is alive. This letting go of thoughts is called animitta samadhi. There are no thoughts here. It is only an awareness. This animitta samadhi does not wear off. This is a samadhi that belongs to the supermundane plane or lokottara bhumya, where there is no person or a thing. What wears off, or the samadhi that is only temporary, is the samadhi that you feel when you Practice samatha bhavana or the concentration meditation. The samatha bhavana samadhiya belongs to the laukika bhumya, means mandate plane. But there is you and where the outside is true. Please try to follow the path to nirvana using this practical advice. Put some effort to search of the pure truth. Try to follow our advice and go on the path, because now you have found the correct path to nirvana. We hope that all our advice would help you to spiritually develop yourself. May you all be blessed with the blessing of the Noble Triple Gene. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 3. First discussion, being awakened to the moment. The great occasion of birth, enlightenment, means liberation, parinirvana, means passing away. Aranvasi, what we are discussing here is not relevant to the convention. The thing we do, like various offerings, puja, etc., might be good for the well-being of society, but the truth is entirely different. The doctrine that Buddha taught was never heard before and is valid forever. Everyone believes and accepts as right conventionally is not the truth. That is why we must listen to the truth. If we are ready to hear, we should listen to what the Buddha preached to the 5 hermits, means Passagathausan. That was never heard before. The reason is that we are confined to the basic elements, and the 5 faculties, means eye, ear, nose, tongue and skin, and taken their outcome as true. We believe that what we see, hear, smell, taste, touch as true. Once we are aware of the truth, we realize that the convention is not the truth. This is due to ignorance, means avijja, of the reality. As a result, we are bound to the unending journey of samsara circle due to this ignorance. In this journey of samsaric circle, suffering is inherent. If we do not realize these facts, there is no escape from suffering. In the ground of ignorance, even heavenly planes of existence are not different. We think that everything is going well when we get good food, good clothes, more and more money, etc. But this is the result of ignorance. The clothes that we wear, the clothes that we wear today would decay. So we seek for better ones tomorrow. This routine shall never end. The new clothes again become dirty in few days. So we seek better clothes again. We continue to seek various things every day, which is suffering, and there is no end to the process. Although we consume food as delicious today, we are unable to eat it again tomorrow. We are looking for new food. In the ground of ignorance, whatever we think as good done does not become true. Upasika. I am from Kandy area. I am 74 years old. I have already listened to about 100 sermons during the past 3 months. Aran Mahansi. There is nothing as good in this world as we think. It is suffering itself. It is this suffering that we believe to be pleasure and comfort. There is nothing but suffering. You said you are 74 and you have never heard this Dharma before. You said you listened to about 100 sermons and asked whether you can realize nirvana at this moment. It is true that you can attain nirvana at this moment. In this instance, only this mind exists. This mind arises and passes away in the same moment. There is no existing mind. Inability to understand this fact causes suffering. To understand This fact is what we call the realization of the truth. Not understanding this nature of the mind brings us suffering. Therefore, what we have to do is to realize this truth. Realization means knowing that the world is an appearance in the mind. In Pali, Salayatana loko loko, chittena niyati loko. The five faculties are the world. The world is the creation of mind. The beauty and the ugliness do not lie in the material things but in our minds. Every time the mind flashes, it happens at every instance. This mind appears and disappears every instant. If one can see this instant birth and death of the mind, he does not see the conventional death. Conventional death is becoming untrue. Before the inhale, air is exhaled, the death has to be seen in the practice. Has to be seen in the practice of Marananusatiya. The Buddha impressed upon that if one can recollect the death in between inhale and exhale of breath is supreme. This is called Kayanupassati. This is the realization. Durlabam Kalyanamita Sampatti, Durlabam Saddhamma Savanam, Durlabam Manusattam, Durlabam Patirupadesa Vasu. This moment, what we are not able to realize. If we can realize that one mind, then we can attain nirvana. If we can realize that one mind, then we can attain nirvana. The mind is itself the object arising in the mind. Every moment, this object coming into effect arises and passes away. Then studying one mango leaf is same as studying all other leaves in the tree. Likewise, when one investigates one mind, he sees all the minds. So, realization of the truth is the realizing one mind. That is called seeing the truth. Therefore, we have to explore how the mind is born. Now you know, according to the sermons, listen that only this moment exists. This means as I am talking to you, only this moment exists. When I talk to you tomorrow also, that moment exists. If I talk to you after 5 years, only that moment exists. If we think about the past, only this moment exists. If we think about future, still we think in this moment. Still this present mind is not true. Atitan nāta gamneya, dappatikangi anagatam. Pachuppanya ye dhamma, tatra vipassati. Atitan nāta gamneya, dappatikangi anagatam. Pachuppanya ye dhamma, tatra vipassati. Past thoughts just disappeared without leaving any trace. The future thoughts not created yet, but even the present mind is not true. Take this book as an example. The mind sees this as a book, but in real sense, there is no book outside. It is only a book in your mind, in our mind. Only our mind says this is a book, which is combination of sound and shape formations. In our preschool times, the shapes were matched with the sounds such as yellow, blue and green colors. We have come gathering with these sounds and shapes since then. That is what we call the mind. So, if we hear someone shouting as parrot, we imagine the picture of a parrot. If we hear someone calling a crow, then we imagine a picture of a crow. This has happened due to the combination of the sound and shapes. This happens every time as every sound has a shape. If there is Chinese national hear a sound of a crow, he does not get any picture in his mind as he doesn't have any picture related this sound. This explained mind is the formation of sound and colors. This is the truth. Now, look only exists this moment. Though we keep on thinking about the past, it also is happening in this moment. If there is only this moment, happens in this moment, isn't it? If we see the truth that there is no book or crow outside and which are only within our mind, then we are doing away with the external world. Then there are no physical things that can be captured by the mind as a crow or a book. Then we get rid of the mind, isn't it? Then one is free from the external world as well as the mind, internal world. It is the emptiness. No attributes, invisible, no ground. Means animittai, shunyai, anidasanai, appatittitai. The mind which gets these experiences, there is no disappearing. Animitta, shunya, appatittita, no attribute, no form, empty, non-self. If there is an object, there is I too. If there is no book, I am also not there. Then I do lose myself in this moment, which is an emptiness. It is the liberation from mind. This is the nature of Buddha in this moment. The birth of Buddha is taking place in this moment. Passing away of Buddha is also happening in the same moment. That is where the view of self disappears and passing away while discharging all cleaning. The birth enlightenment means liberation and passing away. The great three occasions are taking place at the same instant. Therefore, we have Vesak every day. So for the one all realize this truth every moment in an auspicious moment. The great occasion is the realizing this truth in the mind. The physically birth, enlightenment, and passing away exhibits the nature itself. In convention, the Vesak can be celebrated considering these three occasions took place on that day. The one who does not realize the truth can celebrate the Vesak by reserving a special day. But in reality, these three occasions are taking place in the momentary mind. If one realizes the truth, then it is the moment he experiences these three great occasions: the birth, enlightenment, and passing away. The moment of realization of this truth is the great celebration of the universe. This is the moment of awakening to Buddha nature. This is the moment of realization that all the defilements, being careless, are disappearing within the realization. This is the firm, certain path to nirvana. Even if we offer alms and do meritorious deeds, there is no guarantee one would not fall into sufferings, means hell. It would not happen according to the doctrine. The reason is that there is no right view, samma ditti, in the ground of ignorance. Everything is done within the ambit of wrong view, means mithya drushti. It is seen in the Mahaditti Samyukta, where it has been divided into wrong living, mithya ajiva, and correct living, Samma Ajiva. The wrong livelihood is in the worldly Pruthakjana. Worldly ground means Pruthakjana. Nitya Ajiva. The correct livelihood in the noble ground, Nitya Ajiva. The noble ground is the place where realization is taking place. The noble lightwood path, Arya Ashtangika Marga, is the correct view, Samadikti, correct thoughts in Samasankappa, correct speech, Samavacha, correct livelihood, Samma Ajiva, correct action, Samma Kammanta, correct effort, Samma Vayama, correct action, correct mindfulness, Samma Sati, correct concentration, Samma Samadhi. Mhm. My time is over. Shani is continue. Shani will continue this page. Teruvan Saranam.
Good morning, everybody. Teruvan Sannai Aranahatsa. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 3, page number 10, second paragraph. The Noble Eightfold Path can be found within the realization of this truth. The belief that the external world is true is the ground of an incorrect view or mityaditti. All the religions are performing on this ground. Even animals live considering the external world is true. There is no correct view over there and no end to this journey of samsara until and unless somebody listens and realizes this truth. Until then, it is a circle of birth and death again and again in the floods ogre of samsara. There is a process to be explained how this has been happening. It is enough for you right now, Mother. You have expected to listen few words of Dhamma and requested so by implying today's specialty. These are the three great occasions. Now you need to cultivate very pleasant feeling in your mind. This is not a big issue. It is very simple. Don't take too hard. Think very lightly. Only this moment is existing. Keep concentration and remind this again and again frequently. Upasika, do we need to keep focusing about the illusion of the consciousness or the Vijnana Maya? Aryan Mahanse, usually don't we certainly feel the truth as the truth? Don't you feel this mind is untrue, isn't it? This is called feeling the truth. This is not a process of suffering with the heavy mind thinking that it is a great burden going through the path of Dhamma. It is a very simple and pleasant story, but we make this path unpleasant due to the desire and clinging, such as tanha or upadana, to attain nirvana. Without knowing, this is a hindrance or a nivarana of the illusion of the consciousness. The snake will bite you if you grab it from anywhere other than the head. That is why we ask to listen these sermons with an attentive mind. Actually, this is a simple story. We need to see it very simply. We do not have to take this as a burden. Sometimes you may miss watching the mind. This is not the process of keeping watching the mind continuously. We just be mindful a little. It is usual that the mind is going to outside world because you have been dealing with the outside world for last 70 years. Therefore, the mind going outside is not uncommon. When we listen to Dhamma regularly, we feel the truth, which is that there is nothing as such. When we hear the truth frequently, the mind is getting purified. The ignorance is diminishing slowly. Then we realize slowly there is no thing in outside as we think. As a result, the mind is getting purified. Then you will realize slowly and gradually that there is no truth in outside things. The objects coming from outside and the objects coming from within are both equally important. Seeing the mind means seeing the truth, while destroying all the wrong views and ignorance. Truth is always like piece of pure white cloth. It should be cleaned all the time. Otherwise, this piece of white cloth is getting dirty. Once upon a time, our mind too was a clean white cloth. Then our mind was sparkling clean. Now this mind is dirty with impurities, defilements. When we see the truth, these impurities and defilements getting disappeared. That is what we call Shayadam, Vayadam, Kaya. Those impurities slowly fade away. No need to struggle too much. It happens slowly but surely. You have met the path to nirvana, and it is close by. Every second is important. Upasika, yes, Saran Master. I am afraid of the last mind, Chutisita, in the last moment. Saran Master, don't think of those things. Let that feeling pass us away. Wherever it goes, let it go. Do you know why I told you like that? If you cling to that feeling, your mind is getting contaminated. Then we get suspicion and scared about the destination where we are heading to. If you don't think anything about this or that and stays no thoughts, then you are heading to a desired place. But every moment you think, your perceptions are getting thicker. When the thickness of a perception is increased, it leads to undesired places. The thought to be born in a desirable plane is not coming from you. It comes from the perception of self driven by the greed or desire within you. There is no self as such. Therefore, you need to understand the Dhamma correctly, leaving the clutter in your mind. You know why we see like this. We tell you not to think about any other things when you listen to Dhamma. The reason is as far as you don't think about those clutter, the path to desired place is much easier. It is not a story of a personal matter. There is a flame of desire, which is also known as raga, aversion, dvesha, and delusion, which is moha, in us. The magnitude of this flame determines where you are heading to, desired or undesired place. You, thi- you think this thought also leads to increase the desire, aversion, and delusion. The same thought will carry us to an undesired plane. We are able to go anywhere by force. Therefore, keep the mind cool. Only thing what we can do is to extinguish those flames in the mind. In every moment, try to put out those flames in the mind. Even though Angulimala murdered thousands, he did not go to the hell. According to the Angulimala Sutta, it is preached to a pregnant woman with a great labor pain to relieve her from that pain. The Buddha told the Angulimala to make a determination to relieve the pain of the woman. Then Angulimala told the Buddha how could he do that, as he killed so many people. Then the Buddha asked Angulimala, after you became a bhikkhu, had you killed any living being? Then he replied negatively. Then the Buddha told him, as a bhikkhu, make a determination that he did not kill any living being. So as power of that determination, the pain was relieved of that pregnant woman. As a bhikkhu, this was the only single mind at that moment. Therefore, past thoughts should not interfere and overshadow this present moment. If those past thoughts come and overshadow purified mind, he would not become a bhikkhu. The overshadowing the clean mind with past thoughts would prevent becoming a bhikkhu, a real bhikkhu. He should awake to the mind every moment at all the time. What you have to keep in mind is that there is a flame in the mind, and that will lead you to the undesired places. Therefore, there is no purpose of thinking about what we have thought or did in the past. There is nothing as such. The mind is always passing away and arising all the time. If every time we see the mind, then we see that there is no sattva or living being here. Listen to these sermons carefully. Then you will feel that you are the nature itself. You brush up this Dharma well, then you will recognize that your mind is cleaner and calmer than before. Your involvement with outside is getting calmer. Your mind is less stressful now. Now you are in the path to a desirable place. You are in the certain path of Sambodhi. Now you slowly see there is no person here as yourself. Every moment you see that there is no living being here, you are in the path of Sugati Parayana. Upasika, yes, Aryan Mahanse, the one who sees the cessation of the existence or the bhavya is called as a Buddhist. The Buddhists do not believe the myth that the God has created the world and they are not going after a God. As a Buddhist, if you have a trust or belief that you are going to a desirable plane, it is also wrong. The one who has everything in this moment is not a Buddhist, whereas he sees that there is nothing in this moment. He becomes a Buddhist. He sees the cessation of the existence. Bhava Nirodho Nibbana. Now, some of our people have got confused the convention with the karma path as Buddhism. The karma path is not Buddhism. It is a wrong view. At the time before the Buddha was born, there was a view that the good deeds produces good results and the bad deed produces bad results. Even Queen Mahamaya observed the 5 precepts, but at that time there was no Buddha. Still today, at the time the Buddha's teaching alive, people follow these 5 precepts with the wrong view. Even present day, people get confused with this idea and write books indicating that this was taught by the Buddha. This is the confusion. Those people have been telling that the Buddha had told them about going to heaven as such. The Buddha never preached things like that. Buddha told about the doctrine of cause and effect, also known as Hetuphala Dhamma. Ye Dhamma Hetupapava Tesang Hetum Tathagato Aham Tesancha Yo Nirodho Evang Padi Mahasamana. The Blessed One preaches the Dhamma of cause and effect. Accordingly, it is clear that the Buddha taught about the doctrine of cause and effect, not the karma phala. Therefore, if somebody thinks that if he does this, this will happen, who is not a Buddhist, he doesn't know the Buddha's teaching. Upasika, no, I don't think now that I may go to an undesired flame. Aryan Mahansi, do you know how a Buddhist thinks? There is no self or sattva Putkala here. What is wrong is not thinking about this for such a long time until now. In the history, the kings used to build the Hindu Kovil inside the temples as they married South Indian Hindu women. Then half of the Hinduism and the half of the Buddhism got blended together and preached to the kings in this manner. At last, it became a Kothuroti. It is all mixed up now. If somebody preaches this pure Dharma, how good it is. How unfortunate today the Buddhists are getting away from the Dhamma and they got stranded. That is why we say the Buddhists are helpless without knowing the pure Dhamma. We ask you to listen to this Dhamma peacefully. Don't get rushed. It is enough for you to even a day if you are mindful of this Dhamma. If you correctly investigate the Dhamma when you listen, you may sit as a worldly person, and at the time you get up, you will be a noble one or an Aryan. There is a person sitting down who is of the view that everything is real outside. We say that there is nothing as outside. Everything is the mind. If he realizes that nothing is outside, his attachments to outside disappear and he got relief from the outside. Now he is heading toward the stream entrance or a Sotapanna. He realizes that there is no truth outside. There is no heaven, no hell either. Then there is no place to go. Here only this mind appears and disappears. Only that. There is no existing mind or a person. Can you understand that this is a null self or anatma dhamma? There is no person. Chakkun nichanto anichanto. Aniccham bhante. The Buddha asked, is this I permanent or impermanent? The bhikkhus replied, impermanent bhante. If the I is impermanent, it is suffering. Therefore, can it be taken as self? No reason. This is an anatma dhamma. Only this moment, nothing else. We preach this dhamma while associating with the Tripitaka. This Tripitaka evident that we are telling the truth. The reason that all sutras in the Tripitaka say about the anatma or non-self. We need to bear in the mind only the pure truth. Otherwise, we don't have a path to go. We can do offering like other days. We can do whatever as we did earlier. But we need to see whether the thoughts related to desire, aversion, and delusion are overshadowing our minds. If you see this, all thoughts are not true, and nothing outside Then you see the Buddha nature within you. While seeing that, you can worship the Buddha within. Upasika, even this morning I started the day as usual after offerings to Buddha. Aryan Mahanse, then most of the time you do everything while thinking that there is the Buddha. There is a person on the outside. Upasika, I recall the Dharma the Buddha has preached and worshipped. Aryan Mahanse, that's right. Do the worship while remembering that when Dhamma is recalled, the flame of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind is getting extinguished. Recall that when you see the truth, the flame in the mind puts out. This is the journey which leads to put out burning desire. That is how the mind should be cleaned. In this way, purifying the mind in every moment is the greatest meritorious deed. Therefore, we know that the faith based on wisdom or akaravati saddha leads to extinguish the flames of desire, anger, and delusion. This is called seeing the truth, which means understanding that there is no existing mind. This will lead to the purification of the mind. On the other hand, seeking merit is based on the blind faith or amulika sattva. Here, what you do is seeing the truth that there is no mind. You see a mind arises and vanishes momentarily, and there is no existing mind. The moment you realize this truth, the flames of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind are getting extinguished. If there is a mind, there is a desire, anger, and delusion. The mind is available means the book is available. The book is available means the mind is available. Likewise, the child is available. Home is available. These all the things are uttered by the mind. But one sees this mind is not true. It is start of diminishing desire, anger, and delusion. Then the mind begins to get purified. Up till now, like a slave, you did everything what your mind has told you to do. How much you worked for the mind at the last moment. This same mind does not bear any responsibility for what it asks you to do. One murders another because the mind wants and asks him to do it. But this mind does not take the responsibility for that outcome. Following the mind directives blindly increases the intensity of desire, anger, and delusion. We prefer to watch TV. While watching TV, the desire, anger, and delusion are getting increased. See, while watching a drama in the TV, we are getting angry, sorrowful, happy, and laugh. Each and every moment of this, we increase desire, anger, and delusion while seeing the TV in front of us. But after we see the truth, we are able to perform all these activities as usual without getting caught to our mind. It is like a drop of water on the lotus leaf that stays without sticking to it or leaving it. That is the ability which is gained through the realizing the truth. When realizing the Dhamma, there is no attachment or detachment to anything. The one who does not move away from 8 vicissitudes or Ashtaloka Dhamma, etc., gain and loss, good repute or ill repute, praise and censure, pain and pleasure, and accepts everything in equanimity, it is the Nibbana. What is important here is the necessity of extinguishing the flames of defilement. Second discussion, awakening to the moment. Splendid, mysterious. Upasika, I have a question for you. Do the color and the sound deposits of the mind? Do the appearances occur to the 5 senses? Does the small child get entangled with only the color and the sound? Adagma said, no, we have never been told that only the color and the sound get added together. As listeners got mixed up, we took only those two for explaining purposes. As an ordinary layperson cannot be confused with this. We only highlighted these two, sound and color. The ordinary layperson can easily understand these two. The Buddha has told the hermit Daruchirya as Ditte Dittamatta, Sute Sutamatta, which means seeing means only a scene, hearing means only a heard, nothing else. Otherwise, the Buddha might have told that Gane Ganamattan, Juve Jivamatta, Kaye Kayanumattan. Why the Buddha did not say that? For the smell, taste, and feeling of touch, he used the common word feeling or mutta. He did this to make it easy to understand. Upasika, when I was thinking about this, it came to my mind like this. There is an able person and also a deaf. I am able to speak and I know the deaf signs. I tell the able person to go inside and bring some dal curry, and also I tell the deaf through sign language to do the same. Then the both do the same thing and they both are having separate 2 worlds somehow. Aryan Mahase, we are talking about an external world which is considered true. In the real sense, world is appearing in the mind. For an animal also, there is a world appearing. It is called sattva, living being, due to the appearance of the world. For all living beings, the world is appearing in the mind. The world appearing in human mind is not the one appearing in the animal mind. Even every living being experiences different worlds from each other. The bee experiences the world in 8-shaped lemniscate. The cockroach experiences the world as red. The bat uses the radar system to recognize the world. Therefore, we see that living beings contact the world in different ways. If we take the worm, it does not have eyes, and it experiences the world through contact. Though the cockroach does not have ears, it experiences the world with signals. Through these signals, it experiences the movement and the vibrations. Upasika, when I sit alone before the mirror and watch it, I only feel the sensation of arising and passing away. Only the feeling of arising and passing away, nothing else. Then I close my eyes and feel that nothing is outside as well as inside. When I open my eyes and see outside, I can understand that there is nothing outside, only just appearances. But I do not feel that there is nothing outside. Aryan Mahanse, we can see that there is an issue in your inner understanding. Explaining the moment of awakening, Buddhakshanya, is different from person to person according to their views. If one considers I am seeing, I am doing, listening, etc., he takes the whole scenario in a narrow line. It is not the way the Buddha explained in Dharma of dependent origination or the Paticca This occurs with the realization of the person who is having the proper understanding of the philosophy of Dhamma and the right view based on the understanding of their own levels. This realization is a very tough task. The Buddha said that it was easy to break into 100 pieces of a hair of a horse, but it was very difficult to understand this. This realization is not an easy task. On the surface, it looks simply simple. We do have a story of self-view or Atma-ditti. We used to see everything through the view of self. There is no one doing it. There is no one who is seeing. There is no one who is feeling. There is nothing happens as such. Here only nature acts. There is only nature that exists. To view this, there should be a very keen and sharp focus. This cannot be seen with the view of self or Atma-ditti. To your advantage, we cannot go out from the illusion of consciousness. Therefore, we try to understand everything through the illusion of consciousness. This is our helplessness. The Dhamma is beyond the illusion of consciousness, where consciousness is not appearing, anidassana. It can only be recognized by wisdom or jnana. Wisdom and consciousness are two different scenarios. We emphasized frequently wisdom or jnana was not the consciousness or vijnana. That is why the Buddha told Jnayasta Adhikamaya, not the Vinyayasta Adhikamaya. We can understand clearly that all these depend on the wisdom acquired from listening to the noble friend or Kalyana Mitra and reading Suttamaya Jnana. Why are these called wisdom or jnana? This is a very delicate matter. Upasika, are these few of the 9 types of wisdom or jnana? And others are added later, don't they? Aryan Mahanse, no. The Buddha could have told some more. Wisdom, jnana, is only a word. Now, we have told consciousness or vijnana is also a word. It is not tied anywhere. This consciousness with the eye and nose are the just feeling which we experience through those faculties. These do not really exist. Just put them in a place by ourselves. Why we call jnana after everything when we talk about different kinds of wisdom. For examples, wisdom is wisdom of arising and passing away is known as Udayavaya Jnana, and acquiring wisdom through listening and reading is known as Suttamaya Jnana. In the books, it is called knowing, especially. This is completely against Dharma. It is hard to write in words. For an example, nobody can explain in writing the taste of salt. That is why we tell you that this wisdom has to be realized. Actually, wisdom is the awareness. After we see an object, we have an awareness that we saw it. It is called Suttamaya Jnana. When we listen to something, we know that this is the truth. Then we try to understand what we thought was correct by listening and treat that knowledge as wisdom. But what we thought is not wisdom. Suttamaya Jnana is acquiring knowledge by listening. Then there is a sense of feeling. There are 2 words called Janato Passato, knowing and certainty. These 2 words take you to the whole journey. We sharpen a knife by scrubbing both sides on a stone. The sharpness is not related to the act of scrubbing the sides, but this sharpness is the realization. It is wisdom. Wisdom is not the knowledge. One forget what he read or listened. He doesn't remember that sutta, but he knows the core. It is something like the knife cuts when it is sharpened, but the one who sharpened the knife doesn't remember which side it was scrubbed. Most of the people say, Aryan Mahansa, we cannot remember the sutta, but we do not have attachment or aversion with anything. We feel that there is a reduction of defilements. That means it was caught in the wisdom. Can anybody tell that he does not reach the realization? It cannot be explained that what it is if someone asks. In every direction, illusion has been coming to the Dhamma. There are wrong views. This is a desert of views. Therefore, we have a journey to go very carefully. We cannot believe anything. We cannot trust anything. Even we cannot follow any individuals. It is not possible to do so. The Buddha has refused those followings too. The Buddha asked Bhikkhu Vakkali, what are you doing by looking at this decaying body? Don't attract to the form. What is the message Buddha was given over here? To see the Dhamma, not anything else. Freedom from the samsara is our progress. It is freedom from our thoughts. Every moment it has to be felt that we are free from the mind. We are on the correct path. If we are relieved from the mind, it is not important who told this, how it was told, the way he told it, harsh, soft, hard, etc. Whether it is a man or a woman, these all are not relevant. Nama Rupa Najirati. It's going to the cessation of names and forms. Once the names and forms disappear, consciousness is getting invisible. Anidassana. With the realization, only this freedom from consciousness would happen. Sankitte Nibbitaya. Attain nirvana through realization. Nirvana means wisdom of realization. This is the Dhamma which has to be realized. This realization means getting to know that there is no individuality or non-self. There is a point to stress you. Can you ask me the question you asked me before? Upasika, yes, Reverend Sir. Now I practiced that closing and opening ones. Arden Mahansi, your question was about the Buddhakshanaya. That means awakening to the moment. When this happens, you do not get a knowledge of it. This is the first one. The mind of the worldly lay person has been arising and the passing away. The mind of the person who sees the Buddhakshanya also arises and passes away. The worldly person may tell that when he sees the world, the mind appears and disappears, and then when he sees the book, a new mind arises. The mind which sees the book also disappears. Then he may ask whether this process is the wisdom of arising and passing away or Udayavaya Jnana. Then we say that it is also some kind of arising and passing away. But it is not the ultimate truth. It is not the end. Even though it is the start, this Dhamma is going deeper and deeper. When you go deeper, it is getting open more and more. This wisdom of arising and passing away is the knowledge of the appearance and disappearance of the form. The person who sees the truth of form and who sees the appearance of form also sees the disappearance of the form as well, or samudaya Attagama. Formation, Rupa, is the object of form, or Ruparam, which are in form of a sound, form of a color. Awakening to the moment called Nirvana. We have been asked the way this can be seen. This is how the answer starts. It is very long. Though the rising and passing away is only two words, it is the origination and the cessation of the form or rupa. Iti rupang samudayo, iti rupang attagamacha. When we go deeper, looking at these two worlds, it is the knowledge that these two worlds are called to the origination and cessation of this form. What has originated? Appearance. It is a mind. Rupa aramanya. What has been ceased? Disappearance. It is also the mind. Rupa aramanya. What has been ceased? There is no cessation unless the truth is seen. That is why it is called iti rupa. This is the form. Therefore, you need to learn the way form is getting originated. For this, you need puppe nivasanusati, the one who sees the mind and how it started and realizes how the form originated. The same as he realizes the termination of the form. Until then, the form is not disappearing and no one meets the path to nirvana. This happens in the object of mind in this moment. Iti rupa means the object of this mind at this moment. This entire Dhamma is based on this mind, object in this moment. In short, it is the object that appears in the mind in this moment. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Dharma Saranai. Thank you for conducting the session. I pay my homage to Triple Gem, Noble Triple Gem, and also I worship at Aran Mahasi's feet, who is our teacher, guide in the spiritual pathway, who has been revealing what was taught by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, which is the true Dhamma, or what is the real truth. We know that it is not a belief. We are not following those teachings simply because we believe what Lord Buddha disclosed 2600 years ago. Practically, we experience what has been taught, and it's obvious what he has taught. So, irrespective of the background of the living being, irrespective of the race, country, geographical situation, or the belief, it can be experienced by the self itself Actually, this can be understood only by the human beings. The human being who has the most advanced level of mind is capable of understanding these truths, but no other animal who have some limited levels of thinking uh, cannot understand this truth. So we are very fortunate to be born as human beings and also to be able to hear this true Dhamma, which you can very clearly apply to yourself and then see the results of that. Lord Buddha never said, "Believe me, follow what I said." He once asked some of the monks, "Are you preaching this Dhamma simply because I told you?" They vehemently said, "No, no, Venerable Sir. We have understood it ourselves. We have experienced it ourselves. So there's no need to believe what you said." The word ehipassiko is a Pali word, which means come and see. So that is what Lord Buddha said always. Come and experience it yourself. Come and research yourself. Come and experiment yourself. That is how the Lord Buddha also understood, and that is how Lord Buddha had this internal transformation and got everything clear, crystal clear. A beautiful lake with very clean water where you can see all the pebbles at the bottom. So his mind is like that. Everything, there is no doubt at all. Everything got cleared. So now he has disclosed those things, and then it has come over several hundreds of years. Unfortunately, there were some influences from various other beliefs, and we couldn't hear exactly the true facts that was disclosed by Lord Buddha. Fortunately, our spiritual teacher, our Aryan Mahanse, has done lots of researching himself. He has read quite a lot of books written by our great monks over the time. And also he went to meet and discussed and followed many famous monks in the country. And rest of it was all his efforts actually. He put the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together and then managed to get the picture. So this is the story of this Buddothpada teaching. And for the people who are speaking on English, Wisdom of Asia is a good website where you can read what is appearing there. And people who speak Sinhala, the main website is the www.buddothpado.dharma.com. That is the main website where it's beautifully categorized under different topics. So if you listen to the section where Darshana, under the topic of Darshana, there are quite a number of sermons done by Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, several years back. So they will be very useful to follow what we are talking today. And this 24-hour Buddothpada PeoTV channel was started just few days back actually. That's with the intention of giving this Dhamma to the world, to the people who speak on English. So I hope that this will be benefiting them very much. And we are trying in our best to convey what we have understood from our spiritual teacher. And he has given it in simple examples, simple explanations, so it's easy to understand. We hardly use any Pali words. Even if we use Pali words, we try to give the meaning of that, because we ourselves do not have a Pali knowledge. We just know few words which are frequently used. So basically what we have been discussing over the last few days, I generally give a little recap about those. And what we basically spoke was that we depend on our sense of faculties to understand what is called world. So the ignorance or the foolishness is that we assume that what is constructed by the sense of faculties is really there outside. That is called anicca or anitya in Pali, which means what is created is not really there outside. This fact becomes very clear when we further investigate, or when we further do the inquiries about the rest of the living beings in this so-called materialistic world. Even from human being to human being, these perceptions can change little by little, but there's a vast difference between the perceptions of the human beings from different categories of animals. And simply, if you take the nocturnal animals, they feel nighttime is a time with light, whereas we feel that what we experience as the day is the time that has the light. So that itself gives a very clear clue about this misconception. So it's not a permanent thing, it's not a unique thing which is common to everybody. Own species or own living being has its or his or her own world, or in other words, it's a mind bubble. So simply, these are actually creations of the mind. And we know that the five sense of faculties will create something, but the sense of faculty is unable to give a detailed description of what is experienced. And the sense of faculty can just vibrate and create something. That again is due to the speed something is being created. So that is the basic fact about it. The sense of faculties are there. So the physical component should be there, of course, for this function. So when the physical function is in working order, some fast vibration occurs at that point and something is created. And what is created depends on the sense of faculty. If it is the eye, it is a light with a shape. And if it is the ear which got vibrated, it is a sound. And if it is the tongue, it's a taste. Nose, it's a smell. And if it is the skin, where every cell on the skin is sensitive to this. And if it is the skin which is vibrated, it could be some form of hard or soft feeling, or some hot or cold feeling. So these are actually just receptive activity. I wouldn't, no, I think I have to change that word, sorry. Receptors means it indicates as something coming from outside. It's something created at that point, that moment. And always the speed matters there. And what happens? What is created is it will not stop at that level. What is created is kind of raw level of seeing, hearing, and feeling sensation. Say under the sensation, that all three others come up. That means the taste, smell, and the skin sensation. Actually, the three things are named in Pali, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. Ditta means what is seen, what is the shape created by the eye faculty. And Sutta means what is heard, which is creation of the eardrum level. And Mutta is a collection of three things, which means the vibration of the tongue, nose, and the skin. So what happens? The Titta Sutta Mutta is there in the baby with the radiant mind. The baby can see, feel, and hear, but there is no naming or labeling at that level. And with time, as a part of the natural process, these information combine together to form a different type of a vibration. So if you say 3 or 4 vibrations merge together, combine together to form a different but a single vibration, that is the important part. So thought at this fraction of second is a single vibration, but it's different. It's like adding tea leaves, water, milk, and sugar and preparing a cup of tea. Preparing a cup of milk tea. In the milk tea, you can't separate out the ingredients, but all the ingredients are there. So that is how you can explain the thought. It's a spark actually that happens at that fraction of second. So what happens to this thought? Does it stop at that level? No. The thoughts start forming when the baby is a little bit older. Usually it starts around 1 year, maybe a little early. But it progressively gets more and more. The thoughts become more seasoned or more mature or more stronger, whatever terms you can use. The result is that the thoughts become heavier with more and more components. This we explained earlier also with some simple examples. If you say the word plantain to a little baby, it's just a sound. You can also show the plantain. It's just a picture for him, but no naming or labeling. What happens when the baby is a little older? What do? We show the plantain and give the sound. So the baby will have the vibration of the ear and the baby will have the vibration of the eye. Now, because of this vibration, speedy vibration, a color is created, a shape is created in the eye faculty, and a sound is created in the ear faculty. And within a fraction of a second, this comes together. So these may be the very basic input at that time. But when the baby is a little bit older, you give it to taste. So the baby can hold it. And there is some additional information at this time. Touch. It's a bit, we can say firm, not very hard also, not very soft also. So with the fingers, the baby will be able to feel it. And when he's eating, inside the mouth also, you get that soft feeling. So in both situations, it's a body consciousness, it's a body feel, body sensation or body sense of faculty. So there is additional information. where some of the plantains do have a little bit of a smell also, sweet smell also. So that also baby will be able to experience. Now he has got all 5 sensor functions. Can see and got the sound from the mother. This is plantain, and the smell, taste, and the skin feel. Now the plantain arises in the mind. It's a thought. So is this thought real? It's a mind construct, isn't it? It's a mind construct, and it's always the speed is a decisive factor here. Because of the speed, a shape was created in the eye. Because of the speed, a sound was created in the ear. And now the other components also joined. Because of the speed, some taste sensation was created. And because of the speed, skin sensation also created. So everything is a speed there, isn't it? Speed creates something as if it is there. So ultimately, the thought about the planter is just a result of the speed, and it's a mind construct. So can you say you are eating a planter? Can you eat a thought? No, it's just a series of sensations, isn't it? So what happens to this bit of information, this thought about the planter? What will happen with time? You get so many other added information time to time. You start learning about the types of plants. You start learning about the different tastes and how this tree looks like, and maybe various types of other preparations with plantains, and what combinations are there for the plantain. I mean, you can eat it with bread, you can eat it with various hoppers, various Sri Lankan food, anything, or you can eat it as a salad. So many ways you can prepare it as a snack. Now those informations are also added to this basic concept of plantain. So if I mention this name right now, see how much of perceptions you receive. And not only that, the biggest, most important thing is that you feel that it's really there. Yes, the plantains are there in the backyard in one of the trees. There's a new bunch which has come up. And plantains are there in the fridge at the moment. And there are plantains in the nearby boutique to buy. So you feel the existence of the plantains. It's real, yes. You feel as it is. This is where the trouble is actually. When you have this feel of existence, I am there who is experiencing. So that is self-conception, self-perception, self-feeling. There is a doer, there is a person who is experiencing this perception. And in Pali it is the Sakkaya Dittiya, which is made heavier with the thought. I know about the plantains and I have eaten plantains. I like this type of plantains. So that is, the perception is covered by a thought, and it's not something that is done on purpose. It is a part of this natural process. Now the plantains are there and you are there. This is the duality. So this is the story of our life actually. This is what happens. From the level of radiant mind, something is constructed step by step, but everything occurs together at high speed. You do not realize it happening as steps actually. Right now, at this second, this fraction of second, you have things created and you feel that they are real. And this feeling of real, or the duality is the one which is considered as myself. And that is where the current is created, that feel of myself, that feel of existence is the one which takes you throughout this journey in the samsara cycle. So that is what Lord Buddha said, that you have to understand this truth. And what he explained was the non-existence or the anatma sanyava. Existence is the atma. Atma means feeling alive. That is the other side of the coin of the feeling of existing. So what he explained was the non-existence or the anatma perception, no soul conception, no soul perception, sorry. No soul perception is what Lord Buddha explained. There is no fire, no burning underneath, but the normal activities in the normal way it's happening. So it's not something that you will achieve after the death of this life. It's something that you achieve while you are alive, which makes your so-called living very convenient. And our Aranwanse, our noble friend, gave some beautiful examples. How in this process of understanding, you come to that level where a system is functioning without an owner. He once explained in Sinhala, මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා, මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. What does that mean? I am going somewhere with myself, which means that you have yourself, you have your sakkaya ditthi or your self-perception, self-view is there. So that is the mundane world. I am going with myself and I leave myself and come back. So what does that mean? It means that you understand the truth of this teaching. And then when you understand that wrong perception that you had about the self and existing self is what fades away. So you still have the sense of faculty function, you still have the thoughts, but that feeling of living alive, that self-view is no more there. In other words, self-view is what is explained in a different name is defilements, or the burning sensation, or the feel that you want to maintain it. We discussed yesterday that even one sense of faculty alone gives rise to that feeling of being alive and want to maintain that. The example given was the earthworm. The earthworm has only a sensitive skin. So only the body sensation, body sense of faculty is functioning. Still, even with that single sense of faculty, it has that feeling of being alive and want to maintain that alive feeling. That is why it will dig under the soil when there are some environmental discomforts to it. When it is disturbed, it will wriggle and try to go under the soil by somehow. That is because it wants to maintain his alive feeling. So also something similar to this, I am going somewhere with myself and I am leaving myself and coming back. something similar to that. Our noble friend has given some other beautiful metaphors time to time. Your vibrations become zero here on this side, and then you can become the other person. You can become the other system. In that case, you become the similar, or you become a part of the other system. I use this word system for the people, a person or an animal or some other living being. So when that happens, you can actually understand this other system better. You can feel that system in a much better way. This is actually where the metta is coming to the optimum level. This is how the metta can operate in the maximum level, because you become the other person, you become the other self, and you can help or contribute in the maximum way when it happens. When this system is also having vibrations, when this system is already having some fire, you cannot actually see the fire on the other side exactly. But when the fire on this side is zero, you can visualize it very clearly. You can understand the other side very much better. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. And more you listen to these discussions or these sermons, the things become clearer and clearer. And what is experienced is very simple and rewarding, actually. You will encounter all the challenges that you used to encounter in the past, but you will be surprised. The system will be surprised to see the reactions, the way that the reactions have changed, the arrogant reactions maybe, or very much clinging type of reactions do dissolve little by little. Always we know that any type of reaction is a heavy thought, isn't it? It may be a clinging, attachment, liking, and jealousy, anger, hatred, sadness. All are generally heavy thoughts. That is because you do not realize that these thoughts are constructs in the mind. But the Arhat state, they know that these are all mind constructs at this moment. So there is no value given to these mind constructs. No value is given to the thoughts. You know that the thought is a fake one, just something constructed right now at this moment in the mind. Actually speaking, we are in a dream. We are seeing dreams in the night. We talk only about the dreams in the sleep. But daytime, is it true? Is it something real? If you just think about these facts that I am trying to explain, you can see that you are dreaming during the daytime also, so-called daytime. According to the mundane world, we divide the times, day and night, because our sensor faculty will create something called light at a particular time range, and we label it as daytime. But for a nocturnal animal, it will be labeled as nighttime. So daytime, we think that things are happening in the real manner. They are all real. But what we see in the night, we call them dreams in the night, in the sleep. And sometimes when you see this kind of nightmare, you have a very horrific dream in the night. And then when you wake up, you are quite relieved, aren't you? Oh, goodness, it was just simply a dream. I was devastated to see that. I was really horrified to go through that dream. Good that I woke up. Don't you remember things like that? You may have told your family members. Fortunately, it was a dream. And I even cried in that dream. And I was so relieved because you will see somebody dying in the dream. And you wake up sometimes sweating and being tired after crying also, and realize that it is only a dream in the night, and you feel quite relieved. Then we'll see what happens in these dreams. Now I am sure you must have experienced all these things in your sleep. You hear sounds, but without the function of your ear. The ear didn't vibrate at that time, but you, in the dream, you hear a sound. And you see some colors also. When you are awake, you remember that you were wearing a red dress. So that means the colors also were seen. Was your eye functioning at that time? Was your eye vibrating? No. And sometimes somebody will hit you or try to squeeze your neck even. You feel that hardness. Was there anything to do with your skin? No. Actually, there was no vibration of the skin at that time. Sometimes you might say that the food was delicious. I remember that. So, where did that delicious taste come from? It's just a perception. No involvement of the tongue at all. No vibration of the tongue at all. And also, you might say that there was a sweet fragrance of coffee flowers, or the perfume that she was using was very nice. It had a very sweet fragrance, and I liked that smell. Was anything to do with your nose in the dream? No. There was no vibration of the nose at all. So you can see these all five may not have come to action at a given time, but you must have experienced these separately or few at a time, or all five at the same time. So now you can see that they all are perceptions. They all are creations at the sensor level. But you feel them as real. So this is the nature of the dream. And also the mind faculty. You might also experience, I was thinking what to do at that time. So that was a mind faculty function. Actually speaking, all six are functioning. They seem to be vibrating. They seem to be creating something. But the physical components, physical parts of the body are not involved. But you create those six sensor functions as a part of the dream. Now we will come to the real life, so-called real life, the word that we think is real. In other words, the word that we think we are living. If I tell you the name, what should I say? Something which is applicable to anybody who is listening this discussion. I would say, okay, I would say Eiffel Tower. You heard a sound only. the ear vibration occurred because it got synchronized with the vibrations of my throat. You thought that you heard a sound, and because of the speedy vibration, you heard a sound. And so that itself is a creation, isn't it? That itself is a creation of the ear. So what about the rest of the things? Now, what you heard is itself is a creation due to the speed. There was some vibration of the physical organ, and then you heard a sound. So the sound was a creation, 100% creation. And the moment the sound is created, see the rest of the picture, rest of the components of the Eiffel Tower is filled by the mind faculty. So did your eye have anything to do at that level? No. Without any eye function, eye vibration, you get a picture created along with that, the picture of Eiffel Tower. And if you have seen it, if you have gone there, you might even you have this perception that it is a metal structure. So you have that perception that it's hard to touch. And if you have climbed and if you have experienced the cold wind at different levels, that also might come as another perception. And then there are so many other inputs depending on what you knew and whatever you have perceived time to time. A person who has a good knowledge in history might even remember the year that was constructed, and the person who was involved in that, and another person might, but a person who is something to do with the France might have a kind of proud feeling about it. So like that, so many systems will have different components to complete this picture of about the Eiffel Tower. So aren't they all creations, all perceptions at this second, this fraction of second? How did it happen? Did you do it? Can you say that I remembered when you said that? When you said about Eiffel Tower, I could remember all the details. Can you say like that? Did you do it? No, it was the part of the process. It got collected at this moment as in a fraction of a second. So what is the difference between this and the night dream that you saw? Again, it was sensor functions. Again, it was a creation due to the speed. And it's a mental construct. So can you see that we are dreaming during the day and night? Only thing is that the chapter may be changing. The episode must be changing from now to the night time, sleep time. But there is no difference at all in the sensor faculty function. It's always a creation, always something, an illusion, always due to the speed. It's showing something as if it is there. So this is the nature of the life drama, I would say. You go through different episodes, and because it is real, you are taking place, you are an actor in that, and the dialogues become real, and your emotions become real, the way you react become real, and the other characters become real. So you continue acting and you continue to take it as real. So this is the story about the dreaming. What Lord Buddha explained actually was the cause and effect phenomena. When there is a cause, there is an effect. So that is a part of the natural process. What are the causes? If we take what are the causes? A cause will lead to an effect. In other words, when the cause is there, there is an effect. When the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause ceases to be there and the effect also is gone. So if we try to apply to the day-to-day these experiences, when the vibration occurs at a particular sense of faculty, vibration is the cause, effect is the perception. The vibration will manifest something depending on the sense of faculty which got vibrated. So if the vibration was in the eye faculty, what was manifested is a shape or a light. If the vibration occurred in the ears, the manifestation was a sound. And similarly, vibration of the tongue will manifest it as a taste. Vibration of the nose manifest as a smell, and vibration of the skin will be manifested as the either hard, soft feeling or cold, warm feeling. That all actually depends on the wavelength of that vibration, how frequently it's happening, and the height of the wave, and those will decide the nature of the sensation of the skin. So every time, so if there is a vibration as the cause, the effect is light, sound, taste, smell, or skin feels. When that is the cause, when the sensor function is the cause, the effect is a thought. I hope I am clear enough. Vibration when the vibration is the cause, the sensor function or the light, sound, taste, smell, and the skin feel becomes the effect. When those sensor faculty feels are the cause, the effect is the next step, that means a thought. When the thought is the cause, what is the effect? The effect is the feeling of existence. Ittha sanyava in Pali, feeling as if it is there. And when this ittha sanyava or this feeling of existence is there, that is the cause, and the effect is self-feeling or self-perception. And when the self-perception is the cause, the effect is what's called all sorts of defilements. So this is the cause and effect phenomenon. But at some point, if the cause is not there, no effect. So this is something that was unique to Buddhism, and Lord Buddha explained this phenomenon, which was completely different from the other beliefs, which was mainly believing the karma effect or the cause and action effect, cause and action phenomenon. So the beauty of Buddha teaching is that when this cause and effect phenomenon is very clearly understood, there's no place for asking for empathy or asking for pardon for what has happened, because it becomes just simply another incident. So if we go to another level actually, or if we look at this in a different angle, we know now that all these are mental constructs. Everything is a thought. What is thought? Thought, we know that it is a combined effect of the 5 sense faculty function. So it's called the word sankara. I'm sure most of you must have heard this Pali term. In Sinhalese also we use the same word, constructed. Right at this moment, that is what the meaning of sankara. Construct, something manufactured or something created. It gives that meaning, which means it's a collection of perceptions, rapidly happening perceptions comes together or be constructed, and that is called a sankara. So sankara means simply another thought which is powerful, which has the added combined current of the perceptions. So what happens when this construct occurs? That this is where the duality is born. When it has more power, it becomes stronger in the power or the current. It gives the perception that it is there outside and me, myself on this side. So that is called vijnana or consciousness. The word consciousness is given to that to explain. So vijnana can occur at different levels. So this consciousness is explained in different levels. For the little baby who has the radiant mind, consciousness is described at the sensor level. I consciousness. Now all these places, wherever the word consciousness or the vijnana is used, the duality is there. Something is experienced and the self who is experiencing is there on this side. It's in a very subtle manner in the radiant mind. The little baby just feels as if there is a light. And in very subtle way, baby feels that I am here on this side who is seeing that. Little baby can hear the sounds, but as I said earlier, there is no naming or description or identification. And when the sounds are created, the baby get the feeling that sound is there and I am here. So similarly, the taste, smell, and the skin feels. Now there is some discomfort at this sensor level. Baby also feels that. Now I'm sure you may have seen little babies, sometimes the adults try to put a little bit of sour thing on the tongue just to see the reaction of the baby. Have you seen it? I'm sure you have seen it. Sometimes the babies want what you are eating and you are not supposed to give it. You feel that it's not suitable for the baby of that age. But if he's sort of indicating that he really wants to taste it, sometimes you put a little bit of it on the tongue. Especially now, if you put something sour, you can see the baby's reaction. That is because there was vibration of the tongue, and that vibration gave rise to some form of discomfort at the sensor level. He has no thoughts. The baby has no thoughts to say that this is a sour orange, and this is the sour taste. So no description like that. But there's some discomfort to the tongue. So that is why that expression is. When there's a very loud sound, he might jerk and start crying because there was very fast vibration at the eardrum level, and that led to some discomfort. And at sensor level, baby doesn't know that this is a loud sound and I have to be, I want to move away from this place. And who did it? All sorts of things that we get as thoughts are not coming to the baby's mind. It's just simply something uncomfortable at the eardrum level. So the baby will cry. When the nappy is wet with peeing sometimes, there is some moisture felt. The skin feels it, but the baby has no idea what it is due to. This is my own pee and they should remove it. There's no thought like that, but there is some discomfort at the skin level, and the baby will cry simply because it's uncomfortable to the skin level. So these are the things that are explained as consciousness. There is something and there is a self-feeling in a very subtle way. So it's described as eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and skin consciousness. So those are the 5 faculty feelings. They are actually kind of raw feelings, experiencing only at the level of sense faculties. And this is described in the form of 5 aggregates. Some of you may have heard what is meant by 5 aggregates. In Pali and in Sinhala, it is called Pancha Skandha. Pancha means 5. Skandha means heaps or piles. So what are these Pancha Skandha? The word Pancha Skandha gives a meaning where something is felt at the sense faculty level, or it also gives a more detailed interpretation at the mind level, where the mind consciousness is more complicated. We will talk about that in a simple way. What is these 5 aggregates? Simply, that is how the thoughts are formed. That is the process of forming thoughts. 5 aggregates means in Pali, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. We will take one by one. What is meant by Rupa? Rupa means vibration. Simply, it's a vibration. Rupa. What is meant by Vedana? Vedana is the sensation of the vibration. So the vibration occurs, that is Rupa, and vibration occurs at a very fast speed. When it happens at a very fast speed, the sensation of that, experiencing that occurs. That is the Vedana. And experiencing means you feel, the system feels that it is there. That is your perception of Sanya. So vibration occurred and there was some sensation created by the vibration, and it's felt, what is called the perception. And perception means Sanya, as I mentioned earlier. And what happens? This Sanya will be constructed or combined together to make it feeling more stronger. That is called the construct or sankhara. That is a word I explained a little while ago. Construct or sankhara. And when it is constructed, then you feel that as if it is really there. That is your consciousness. So the 5 aggregates are like that. There's vibration, there is sensation of the vibration, and then perception is there, and perception will lead to aggregation or construct, and then you feel the consciousness. That is the feeling of existing, feeling of a light, feeling of a smell, taste, etc., as we explained now earlier. So this is at the sensor level, and we know that it doesn't stop at that level. These will combine together to make the thought. So thought is also acting in the same way. The thought also will have the same sequelae, and then the mind consciousness is the result. So now you feel as if the thought is real. Thought is really existing. What is thought? The mango tree is a thought, and mother is a thought. Car is a thought. House is a thought. Uh, birds chirping is a thought. And the smell of a jasmine flower is a thought. So all these interpretations, all these naming and descriptions, they are all thoughts. And we know that the thoughts are always a telepathized product from the previous experiences. So every fraction of second, this telepathization is continuing, depending on the sensor function. As long as you are awake, sensors are functioning one by one. Sometimes you feel that several sensors are functioning at the same time. No, it's not. The sensors are functioning only one at a time. But because of the speed, you do not realize that. And the thoughts, again, is a very fast stream, which we call or label as mind. So this is actually the theory part that I have been repeating this over the last few days, because this knowledge is essential for you to understand the practical aspect. So because of that, we might have to talk about this part, this theory part or this knowledge part, maybe for a few more times until it's understood very clearly. To go to the practical aspect, you have to be thorough with this knowledge part. Actually, what you can do, I mean, if you are looking for something to be done, if you want to do something, this is what you have to do. Getting a clear knowledge about this darshana or this Dharma facts, the theory part, how the thought is formed, how this world is created, and how these sensors are functioning, and the myth about this real world. So these facts, you have to listen again and again, and then make it clear that you understand it to the deep level of it. Then automatically, when this knowledge is there, you will realize that it gets applied little by little to the day-to-day activities. And it's very important actually to learn these mechanisms and how it is developing from the small babies level. We spoke about the zygote, where the parental cells will combine together to make the zygote, and the fact that the qualities or the nature of the zygote and when the baby is born, how the qualities are affected by the parental genetic uh, influence and also the environmental causes. And the very important thing is this current which is telepathized to the zygote. And also we discuss the fact that this is not something plannable or predictable. Wherever there is matching current, it will get synchronized. So we also explained that why some of the siblings are completely different from the others in a family. So it's the current which got telepathized is responsible for that. This current is this telepathizing. Until it is telepathized, it's just a few cells, a collection of few cells. And when this push is given by this current, that is what it helps to grow, multiply the cells and then grow. And one of the beautiful examples given by Lord Buddha is that the spin. If you give a little push to the spin, it will start spinning, and then it will generate its own current and continue to spin. Unless there is some obstacle blocking it. If you spin it on a smooth surface, you give a little bit of push and then you do a spinning of couple of rounds and it will continue to happen, and you can see that some form of power is generated from within. This is what happens in the zygote also. The current which got telepathized will give a push, and after that it will continue to grow of its own. So this is the nature of the fetus of a physical body. It may be the human being or it may be the animals. Also, another fact that I want to point out is this. In Buddhist teaching, we do not talk about the things in the past. We do not talk about the things in the future, because it's very clearly whatever happened in the past or whatever going to happen in the future is simply a thought at this moment. So every Dhamma fact which is explained in Buddhism is related to the present moment. How comfortable you feel that everything is happening at this time. What happens in the normal sort of setup or in the mundane world? We cling on to the things happened in the past. We try to relive in the past. And also we have lots of plans about the future. And we cling on to those feelings without realizing that it is simply a thought at this moment. We feel that there was some permanently felt past was there and something permanently going to happen as future, like a solid something solid. We feel that as if the mind is solid thing. But now that we know, every thought is constructed at this moment. So all the Dhamma facts that Lord Buddha has taught over number of over 45 years during his lifetime, and the 84,000 Dhamma facts or Dhamma preachers that he has done over that period, always point out to this moment. everything is applicable to this moment only. So what happens now? There are many things which are described in Buddhist teaching. All are applicable to this moment right now. Now, if you talk about your childhood, can you see that it is something telepathized at this moment as a thought to this right now, this moment? And if you talk about the plans that you are going to do next week, it's again a thought that got telepathized to this moment at this moment. So now actually you do not have to take the trouble of going to the past and the future and trying to memorize all those things. If you just focus on the thought at this fraction of second, this moment, that is where everything is. This Buddha teaching is something called akalika Dhamma. What do you mean by akalika? It's timeless. Only if you give a value to a stimulus. In other words, if you take a stimulus as real, then only you get all these time facts, the values, qualities, likes, dislikes, all of them coming to play a role. I hope you understood that fact. If you give a value, now we'll take an example. We'll take the name chair. It's a simple thing. You have a chair in front of you right now. I'm sure most of you must be having a chair in front of you. So if you take that chair as real, something existing, without realizing that it is a construct in your mind. Right now, the chair came up in your mind as a mind construct. And we know how the chair came up to that point. The little baby didn't have a chair. Little baby had only a shape to the eye. And with time, he got the other sense of faculties combined to this picture. The name was given. And the feel when you are touching the chair, that also came up. And many other perceptions in relation to the chair. It's very soft. And I like it. It was the chair from my grandfather's time. And he used to sit here and watch us playing. And this wood is very expensive. It's teak. And it has lots of carvings. Now these are all values given to the chair. And not only that, underneath that, you have that feeling it's a really existing chair. But you are limited to number of sensor functions. As I mentioned earlier, the eye, ear, skin. Occasionally there might be a smell also if the chair has been painted recently. So actually there are some feels at different sensor functions, actions of some different sensor functions. But the construct of the chair is in your mind. Now, when you do not realize this, when you do not have any idea about this explanation, and the chair is real for you, if the chair is real for you, the person who is experiencing is here. I am here. In other words, the chair is you. I think you heard me correctly. Chair is yourself. The valued chair, or the chair which was taken as real is yourself, no one else. The current you had in the system for the chair is yourself. Now, when there is an existing chair, see the other projections that occur in relation to that chair. You have a chair which was purchased 2 years back. So that is your past. And right now you have the chair in front of you, that is your present time. And you want to keep it as long as possible because you feel that it is just, it's really, really it gives a good, sweet memories about your grandfather, maybe. So that's the future, isn't it? So you have now time frame. Past is there, present is there, and the future are there. What else can come up with this real chair, so-called real or existing chair? The likes and dislikes, isn't it? The fact that you like it very much. Or for some reason, now it is old and out of fashion, so I don't like it. So the likes and dislikes also come there. And what else? The roughness or the fineness of the chair can be there. And so like that, you have so many other perceptions in relation to the chair, if it is existing, if it is coming as alive in your mind. But if you know that it is a mental construct right now at this fraction of second in your mind, then all those projections will disappear instantly. Then it becomes just a perception. It becomes just a thought, a fine thought which came up at this moment as a result of the series of telepathization. So in the same way that your son or your wife or your mother or yourself, all this can be created. So as long as you do not understand that this is a mental construct at this moment, they become real in your life. And then all those projections that I mentioned will follow. So the cause here is the existing item or a real person, and then the effect will be all sorts of clingings and aversions in relation to that. So those are called defilements. The defilements in some other angle is the self itself, and in other angles you can also call it burning or fire within the system. So this is how the things are flowing. You can see that you can see how it is happening. It's just a part of the dream. And also there are 3 other things that I want to explain in relation to a stimulus. We can take the chair as the example again, because it's something that you can experience right now. When I am talking, you will be able to feel it as it is. If you like the chair, if you have a value given to that, it's an expensive chair and I like to keep it, I want to keep it in this particular place, and this cushion is a bit worn out, so I want to change the cushion and keep it. And all my family members like to sit on this chair. So these are kind of clinging or some form of attachments to the chair. In the same way, it can work on the opposite way also. That is also the other side of the current. This is called sensual value, sensual world. Values given to the chair is called sensual world. So whatever you like, whatever you are attached, whatever you want to keep, whatever you want to get rid of, whatever you dislike, all are in this category of value. Value doesn't mean that something expensive or something to count by money. Value is something given as a thought, as a part of that thought. So as I said, the things that you like as well as the thing that you don't like comes under this category. Sensual world, experiencing of the sensual world, sensual feel. Now, again, regarding the same chair, we can say some might feel that it's all broken now, discolored, and not very comfortable also because the cushion is not soft as it was earlier. Then you have an aversion towards it. That is also the other side of the value. Whether it is a high value or a low value, whatever it is, all are parts of the sensual world or the sensual level. This is the commonest thing with day-to-day life, because for almost everything you can apply this sensual level. So as I said, I mentioned there are three worlds explained. So if the sensual world is there, the two levels below that are definitely going to be there. So just think about anything that you have some form of attachment or aversion, something that anything that you want to maintain and keep, they all are part of your sensual world. Then underneath that is what's called the form world. Form world means even though there is no attachment or dislike or aversion, still you experience something as if they are with the sensor functions. Now, talking about the chair, you can see it as a shape, and if you touch it, you can feel the hardness, and if there is a smell of paint, you will get it as a smell. So your sense of faculties are functioning. Now, this is if you look around from the place that you are sitting, just turn your head and turn it 180 degrees and see. There will be very many things that you notice. There's no particular attachment or dislike also, but you see them as they are. That is your form world. Then what is this formless world? Which is the difficult part actually to understand. Formless means that the feel that you get as if it is really there. In other words, itta sanyava, or the feeling of existence. And feeling of the existence, I mentioned several times, feeling of the existence is not alone. It's hand in hand with the other friend. Feeling of self-perception. So that is the formless world. So we talked about the sensual world, where you have all sorts of defilements, you have these attachments, etc., wanting to keep maintaining. Then you have the form world underneath that, where the experiences of the sense faculties, and then the deepest hiding layer is the formless world, where you have the feeling of existing and feeling of self. So these actually, if the person a path enterer, will little by little understand, and then you get rid of these one by one, and the last to get rid is the formless world, which is the most difficult thing. Now, right now, I will give another example. If I say the gate of your house, right now, when I tell you, I mean, you have a gate in your mind, isn't it? The mind creates the gate right now. That is your form world. You will have a picture of the gate and the fact that it's a hard feeling when you touch. And also you have that feeling that it is there. Even if you can't see the gate right now, you have that feeling that it's there. That is your formless world. So any object, just think about anything right now. If I say about if you have children, your son. So the moment I tell you the word son, you get that perception of loving kindness, affectionate type of thing, isn't it? My son, my own son, my elder son. So that without much words, without much descriptions even, when I say my son or your son, that qualities of the sensual world will come up in no time, isn't it? Qualities of the sensual world means that love and affection, that very subtle and fine perception of love, the tanha or the clinging type of perception will come to your mind right now. So that is your sensual world. And also, right now, you will get a complete picture in your mind of your son, isn't it? It's a photo which was taken very recently. Maybe a photo that you received just today morning before we went to school. So that is your form world. You have it created. The picture is created in your mind right now. So that is the form world. And also underneath that, don't you feel that he's there at school? Yes, he's there at school right now at this moment. You have that feel. That is your formless world. So can you see very clearly all three these worlds or these all three levels occur at this moment in the stimulus that is there right now at this fraction of second. So this is how beautifully can you apply these facts to the experiences. You can take many examples, many stimuli like that. Try and see whether you are applying, whether you can apply and understand. Now, there may be things where this sensual world component is not there. Now, I can see some stationaries in front of me. There's a foot roller, there are some felt pens, there's a bottle of Tipex, some clips and some pins, just to name few items that is in front of me. I have no particular specific liking to those items, but they are there as a part of the form world for me, because as a picture it occurs as a vibration of my eye, and also I get the naming of that, and then all the other information about that. This is green color, this is blue color. and this has a broad tip, and this has a fine tip. So those are part of the form world. And not only that, underneath that, I have that feeling. Yes, it's there. They are there. So even if you do not have that sensual level where you have a specific liking or specific wanted feeling to maintain it, still you have the form world and the formless world. And when it is at the formless level, at any time with the sensor functions, it can manifest as the form world, as rupa. So the last to leave is the formless world, which is the most difficult thing. In simple words, the self-perception is the one which is last to leave. So this formless word, in other words, in Pali and in Sinhalese we call it arupaya, arupa sanyava. So in Sinhala we call it kamalokaya, rupalokaya, arupalokaya. Kamalokaya is the sensual world, rupalokaya is the form world, and arupalokaya is the formless world. So arupa is the one which is difficult to understand, difficult to experience, and that is the last to leave also. So this again is in the individual stimulus. This again is in each and every stimulus. So again it proves that what is Buddhist teaching is always focus on the present moment, present stimulus, what is happening right now and here only. So that is the beauty of the Buddha teaching, because even though lots of jargons and explanations are given in Pali language, lots of explanations are there. I mean, you don't need to remember those Pali terms. You don't need the knowledge of Pali, provided that you can get the clear, correct explanations in your own language. Because this Dhamma facts, these are always applicable to the each stimulus, and stimuli will be born and be ceased or come to an end. The Pali term Udaya Vaya is used. Udaya means the beginning or the birth, and Vaya means the end or cessation of the thought. So it's a continuous stream of Udaya Vaya. And if a system is able to understand, capable to understand this system, what is happening, that is the wisdom. That is called Udaya Jnana, the ability of the system to identify this process. And the maximum level of this understanding is at the Arhat state. We will briefly talk about the meditation also, because I never mentioned that topic in my previous talks. What is a place for meditation? Actually, the Lord Buddha's time, even at the time of his birth, there were people who were doing lots of meditation. That was always different types of concentration meditations and different types of meditations under concentration meditation. And they could be in the form of walking meditation or in the form of breathing meditation, trying to look at the parts of the body and then observing sometimes a dead body and see how it is decaying, and trying to understand the sequelae and what is happening to this physical body after death. So like that, so many types of meditations are there. And sometimes trying to remember the qualities of Lord Buddha, and sometimes metta meditation. So these are more or less concentration meditations, where you try to drag the mind to one particular point, one particular stimulation, and then try to keep it focused to that. And I'm sure some of you may have experienced concentration meditation. For some people, it's very difficult. But what was the end of it? Did it give a permanent solution? No, it didn't give a permanent solution. And as long as you are doing it, you feel very comfortable and very, very much relaxed and cool and calm. But when the attention is taken away from that meditation topic, the mind will, as usual, go astray. Sometimes, when you have been doing meditation for quite a while at a stretch, that calmness will last for a little longer, even after you stopping the meditation. But still, it's like that you are trying to keep a rubber ball underwater. It's a kind of forcible type of action, because the nature of the mind is such that mind is something that is running around from one stimulus to the other. It's something like a monkey jumping from branch to the branch. So the nature of the mind is like that. It's also called monkey mind, because by nature it will jump from one to the other. Especially if you try to forcibly keep on one, if you are trying to sort of do by force, the mind behaves in such a way that opposite will happen. We know a little story about somebody who was going to the jungle. I can't exactly remember the story, whether he was going for meditation or not. But the advice he was given was that do not think about the monkeys, but you can think about the other things. So when you said that, it's actually really funny to see how this mind is behaving. He couldn't resist about thinking the monkeys. Always the thoughts about the monkeys were coming to him. So it was kind of troublesome, and then he couldn't resist it. This is the nature of the mind. So therefore, this is the nature of the concentration meditation. So this was practiced, as I said. They reach some very sort of high levels in the concentration meditations. We call them dhyana, different planes, where the mind was trained, and then mind was tamed and trained to stay in one point, stay in one stimulus for hours and hours. And what happened to them actually? They thought that they have reached the whatever the final stage, but it's not so actually. There's no permanent solution on this concentration meditation pathway. That is what has been doing in our country most of the time, in many of these meditation classes, and also in the other countries also. So it's okay to have it as just to calm down your mind for a short period at the beginning, but it's kind of addictive, and sometimes when they reach certain levels, actually it's very difficult to reverse. This experience has been received by our noble friend Aryan Mahansi also, because he went to different teachers to learn what is this true Dhamma is. And what they were practicing was these meditations, concentration meditation especially. So he felt that he feel that at some point even the life was endangered, because you do not feel the need for water or food even, and that can actually cause some problems to the physical body. Then thereafter he decided to give it up. Same thing happened at the Lord Buddha's time also, because he tried from different gurus, from teachers, and they taught about this concentration meditation, how to reach the different dhyana mattam, dhyana levels. And then he left them because he found out that this is not the ultimate truth. And as I said, the concentration meditation, especially when you reach high levels of dhyana, it becomes addictive. The moment you sit and close your eyes, the person can go to that dhyana very easily. And as long as you are following that, it's very comfortable, and you don't feel like exploring any further. And the impression comes that this is the sukha, or this is the last final stage that I have to reach. So that is the danger of that. But what is actually what Lord Buddha found out to be useful is the insight meditation, or the Vidarshana Bhavana. Even though the name Vidarshana Bhavana is there in most of the Bhavana sessions, meditation sessions, where some meditation is done for days and days, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, like that in some of the centers. It's if it is mostly the concentration meditation, it's not going to help. Actually, it's going to give a very temporary relaxation at the end of it, and especially if you are doing it over the weekend. By Monday, when you return, you will feel very fresh and relaxed and contented. But you can see that during the course of the week, when you are confronted with various types of problems in your workplace or home, you reverse, you return to that previous good old position. And again, you feel that you want to go for a second session again over the weekend. So this can come up as a cycle. Vidarshana is not something, and also I want to mention, most of the time the concentration meditation is done in the seated position. Occasionally it's done while walking, that is walking meditation. But the beauty of the Vidarshana meditation is that it can be applied to all four postures: sitting, walking, standing, and lying down. And it's something similar to a wild beast is tied up with a short rope to a pole. That is similar to the concentration meditation. The buffalo, we take it as a buffalo. So the buffalo is not allowed to go too far. It is tied up to the pole with the short rope. So it will try to run and try to sort of get rid of this rope, this tying up. It will struggle at the beginning furiously, but when it realizes that there is no way, it will start to settle down, and then maybe sit or lie down near the pole. This is the nature of your mind when you are doing concentration meditation. You try to tie up the mind to one particular point. And in Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, what is done is that you give the freedom to the mind, but you keep an eye where it is going. And if there is anything dangerous happening, you can then bring him back gently. This is the nature of the Vidarshana meditation. It can be done in all 4 postures, as I said. And like you allow the animal to go and explore the surrounding, you allow your mind to pay attention to whatever is prominent at that time. But keep an eye on that. So that is your Vidarshana. You are an observer of the things. But this is at the beginning, because you might get the impression that there is a person who is watching it. Yes, at the beginning, that is how you try to do it. But who is this watcher? Who is watching this process? It's not yourself. It's your wisdom or your jnana. Jnana is a kind of tool that arise from the system itself to observe these changes. So this can be applied to whatever the activity you are doing in day-to-day life. Vidarshana meditation, yes. And when you realize that, now for this, as I mentioned, your Dharma knowledge on Darshana should be very clear, very, very clear. You should have a very clear understanding about how the thoughts are formed, how this self-perception occurs, and what is this world created, and what is this nature of this faculties, sense of faculties. What is this described as a current, and how it is created. Now, all these things, those facts that we have discussed over the last few days must be there. You must be equipped with that good knowledge to do this Vidarshana meditation. It's a must, actually. So you will be able to, for a person who is speaking on English, you can go to the Wisdom of Asia website. I'm sure there will be good video clips and some written things to read, which will help you to get an idea about this Darshana component, that means the true Dhamma facts. I said that knowledge is essential for you to go through this path. And also the fact there is something described in Sutra, a beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha to explain the nature of the behavior of the mind. Now, Lord Buddha says that you tie up 6 animals together: a bird, a fox, a fish, a deer. So like that, 6 animals from different settings. The fish will try to go to the water. The bird will try to fly to the sky. And also there's a monkey also. And the monkey will try to go up a tree. And the fox will try to run to a cemetery. And if you take a rat who is trying to dig a hole and go underground. So like that, as if you are tying up several animals like this together. Whoever is powerful enough will drag the other 5 and go in that direction. This is just a simple metaphor to indicate that even though all 6 senses are functioning, the one which is more strong at that moment will be vibrated and will get the sensory input. So that is why every time you feel that one sensor faculty is functioning, even though all 5 are there, even though all 6 are functioning, something which becomes dominating will appear as the stimulus for that moment. So even though the 6 animals which are tied together will override the other ones and then pull to the direction that it want to go. This is explained in one of the sutras by Lord Buddha. So some of the facts, you will hear these facts very often again and again. And in this English Zoom channel, this Buddothpada English Zoom channel, different people are speaking, and then from 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time, you have a question and answer session, and you are welcome to join that. If you have any queries from these discussions, you can join and we can talk. Actually, it's very nice to have people at that forum, because if you ask a question, that will not only help you, and it will help us also who are taking part in the discussion. That will be some thought provoking type of questions for us, and they may be sometimes kind of challenge also to understand what you want to know. And also so many people who are listening to this at that time, or the people who will listen later on from the YouTube, will be benefited by what you are asking. So we cordially invite all of you, whoever can, to join that question and answer session from 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time. Basic facts that we are talking in these sermons are more or less same, and we all, most of us actually have been listening to different monks. Well, very few are there who have directly joined Buddothpada, but others, most of us, majority, have the experience of teachings from other different monks, and we feel it compared. Actually, we get automatically some comparison with those teachings, and what we realized was that they all something which gave some outline but didn't show us a change practically that was observable. A beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha is that if you turn the pot upside down and then try to pour water onto that, there won't be any filling of the pot. The water will just go waste. So like that, if your mind is not ready, if you are not ready to get that teaching or the disclosures, it's something like pouring water to the pot which is turned upside down. So the pot should be ready to get the water, and there shouldn't be any old dirty water inside that either. So the pot should be clean and then turn up in the normal way to get the water that is cold. So there are so many people, so many of our listeners who have been listening to Dhamma discussions for years and years. But there are occasional people who have never uh, gathered any relevant information, and as a result, they go always in their thoughts. In a thought, they know that there's nothing in the outside world. In a thought, that they know that there's no self also. There's no one called myself. And it's not there in this body, not there. It's the self feeling is not there in this body, and self feeling is not in the mind. It's just a current. So these things, if you ask, sometimes they go on telling, they go on pouring down the knowledge. But what is important is that the internal conversation or internal change, transmission, in a transmission or the change. That is what is important. Remember, your mind faculty easily can mislead you. It gives an impression very easily. I mean, the mind sensor likes to get a right mark always. Okay, this I know, this I have heard earlier, this I can understand. That is the impression that you receive. You get a correct mark in front of each topic in your mind. Yes, I know, I can understand, I know it, I remember. Those are all thoughts. Actually, you are not going to be benefited by these thoughts. You have to go through the feel. Feel is the sensor level of the sensor, what you feel in your mind. So we will talk about the feel. I think I briefly mentioned about feel in the previous discussions also. Feel has to be, explained by the word feel itself, because you might add some words to explain it, but real feel is something that a system experiences. And identifying this feel is very important, because that is what is guiding you in this pathway. Thoughts can occur in various phases, various times, with various descriptions, but you have to be skilled to identify the thoughts that are covering this feeling or this sensor. So many instances you get the idea that you are correct, and you have achieved something, and you are now you are good at it, and you are skilled about that. Those are the things, those are kind of pitfalls actually on this path. You need the help of the noble friend to identify those pitfalls on your pathway. When you feel relaxed after some of these Dhamma discussions, you straight away attribute that to some form of progress in your Dhamma path. Lot of mothers come and tell us that I don't have any fire with the home to home day-to-day activities. I feel very cool, and even though they say something hard, I can just tolerate. So in that situation, when somebody is describing that, it's very clearly that the self-image is prominent there. Mind you, there's nothing not so ever, there's nothing called self. It's something imagined. So even though we talk about this self-perception or self-view, it's not another thing. That is an important thing to remember. It never existed. It never was there. But assumption of having a self or believing that there is a self is the biggest pitfall that we will fall into. So in all these issues, actually, the discussions with the noble friend Avaryan Mahase is very important, because if you identify the problem right at the beginning, you can nip it off from that level, rather than waiting until the seed to grow into a huge tree where chopping off will be difficult. And trimming of the tree alone is not going to be helpful. Trimming of the tree is something similar to doing the concentration meditation, because there is some temporary transient uh, uh, transient effect is there. But what should be done is uprooting the tree. If you want to get rid of the tree, you must uproot it. Because even cutting at the level of the ground will not going to stop the process of regrowing. And you must uproot, particularly the central main root is the self-perception of self view. So just think about the Dhamma facts that we were discussing today, because many things I have repeated so many times, because repeating is very important. Things that are repeated will sink deep into your understanding. We know that if a person is labeled as a thief and we call him thief, thief all the time whenever you see him, he himself tend to think that maybe I am a thief. Yes, I may be a thief. So it's like that. It is this volitional formation fact. That is what we are going to make use here also. More you listen to this Dhamma and more you experiment yourself, more you try to analyze, that becomes strong and that becomes hard and fixed to the mm, hard disk of your system. So listening to Dhamma is very important, and if possible, go to the websites and listen to our noble friend Aryan Mahase's previous discussions, and if possible, join the question and answer session also from 3 to 5 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. And we will talk about the practical experience, how to apply this knowledge to the practical component. In over the next few days, we'll try to explain that. So collectively, all this will help you to sharpen your knife and bring it to the level where the cutting is very best. So we have come to the end of this session, and you will continue to hear different sessions from different people. At this point, I worship Aryan Mahase, our noble friend, at his feet, and I worship Triple Gem. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. Hope what was discussed in this session be of some use for you to go along this pathway. Thiruvan Saranai.
it says, Atma Sanyava. What is soul? Soul means when you have a feeling of something, you have a soul there. Even though I tell this, you won't be able to understand why. Well, what is the soul? Now, when you see a book, for an example, when you see a book, the soul is there. When you hear something, the soul is there. When you taste something, your soul is there. Why Buddothpada and answer? Explain it. Every single moment we are living with our soul. It belongs to our thoughts. That means the soul is always connected with our thoughts or feelings. Now we know we have 5 organs, senses. Your eye, your ear, your nose, your tongue, your body, and the other part is your mind. Everything comes together, the mind creates, right? So when you think, when you examine carefully, if one organ, carefully observe one organ in your body, I think you will be able to understand the concept of soul. It may take time. It doesn't matter. No hurry. We have to examine this soul, our soul, to identify our soul. It takes time. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Because we need time, because we always think about how we attain nibbana. If you have an idea thoroughly in your mind, I think you won't be able to understand this concept either. So it is not a hard thing even. You must have a patience first. According to my experience, I say we have a patience. We must have a patience to understand this concept when we go on this path. For an example, when you see something in your eye, you get an image. For an example, when you look outside, you can see various things. A tree. When you look at a tree, you see a tree. But we say there is a tree outside. There's a tree outside because we can see a tree. We can't say there's nothing outside. But when you see a tree, inside there is a person. See the tree. That is you. I see the tree. You you are the one seeing the tree, not your eye. That is how we see, right? But when you examine this eye very carefully, what is your eye? It is an organ, it's a sense. It has a power, that eye has a power to generate or create an image when it opens a sunlight. You get an image or shadow. into your eye. When light comes into your eye, you can see a shadow. So when you think of it, how can we see the shadow or image from outside? According to Buddha says, the shadow comes to your eye because of the current or spark generates in your eye. It has a power to create an image. No one can control it. You are not responsible for it. Because when our body organs has created like that, there's no control over that matter, right? So that the main idea in what I want to say is the current, the power or spark, whatever the word I use, you have to understand that power comes automatically. Our eyes working very hard. It has a very high speed. Cannot even imagine, cannot even say that power, the spark generates or can create an image. It shows, right? So that image, we say, I saw this thing. I saw a tree. But tree doesn't know that that is a tree. It is a tree. The eye doesn't know. I doesn't know it's a tree. Who says tree? We are the one. We are the one calling it is as a tree. Why? What's the reason? When you are born as a child, you don't know anything, but at least you don't know you have born it, right? You are one kind of a system, right? Like that. The tree doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree is there. The eye doesn't know the tree. The tree is there, and the light doesn't know the tree is there. The power doesn't know the tree is there. No one is responsible for tree because of the word we heard before. It is a tree. We continuously saying it is a tree. But truth is not there. Only your eye has a power to generate an image. It comes automatically. No one can control it, right? So, this power always be combined with I am the one looking at, I can see, I am there. My eye, I can see the tree outside. That is the thing. It has that our ignorance. We don't know it is because earlier I was thought there's a tree outside. We can see anything. But it has two extremes. When you see a tree, there's a tree outside and there's a person inside. You can see two extremes are there. So when you have two extremes, you won't be able to see the correct way of Dharma. Anatma doctrine, Anatma Sanya. Then you see how it has formed, the tree has formed. Basically, the formation of your mind, you can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine through your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine, from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think, your mind is, you have a mind. You must struggle, or you have to always struggle with your thoughts because you feel it is true. My mind says like that. My mind see like that. I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dharma Samara, you will be able to understand this is true. The I, that means I has a power to generate that image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has the power of create a fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea. These are 5 senses. These are not belongs to us. it is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? The basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image or feeling or thought, and it's create a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand the to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anatma doctrine is very important till you are attained nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyanyan. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say we have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. This is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and go, comes and go, comes and go. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main thing in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an false idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, you know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind. Because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is and not sweet, and taste, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put for that spark, giving you a false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is anatma sanya, anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our Aryan Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside, there's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes it comes to your feeling, not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you're feeling. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea. The person inside you as called a soul will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. All the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. In that process even, no one is doing it. It happens automatically. When you go Patishotta, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth. According to my experiences, it takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed. When you, I think it will, it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I said? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have. No? So when you think of your eye, you know it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there. But we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, now you know we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there is an object we see from our eye. That object also doesn't know. Now, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book. Right? Your lens in your eye doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I am the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When we, it's very hard to live from these things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's the sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. Love. And when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your eye. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the eye say, I am the eye? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kana nase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language. In Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or else or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory in your mind, you have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said. Right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. The part of the ear inside that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know the wave comes and touches the drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the ear drum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, oh, it is a sound. Now when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many data in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate even. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why Aranas always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. And imagine. When you see something, that part only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a while? Cannot count. Uncountable thoughts we have. This is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the saddest thing. I am the one talking. I am the one hearing. I am the one testing. Like that, we always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. If you feel it's a simple thing. Yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical, it's not an easy task. According to my experience, I'm saying like that. Somehow your soul is attached to everywhere, in every thought, in every single day, and every single moment. That's why we always think we are living today. This is the end of the day. Tomorrow I have to go to the office. I have to do my work. I have a lot of work. Why? You are living. We think that we are living. Yes, that's why we are continuing all these things, right? We are living. Who says no? Because I'm here now. You can't see me. I can talk to you. I can do my work without any problem, right? So always think we are living. That's the problem we have. We are not living. It's a power generates from your senses that you are living because of the speed, because of the senses speed. It happens. If Buddha has not explained the speed of these 5 organs, we won't be able to understand a single thing. I'm so gratitude to Buddothpada and answer explaining this theory in each and every moment and each and every Dhamma. So try to understand this. The senses makes you happy, but that happiness will turn as a sorrow because there's no permanent happiness in this world. The permanent happiness you will see one day when you get rid of your 5 senses, from your 5 senses. In Sinhalese it says, ayatana nirodha. Then only you will feel, I am out of the thought, now I am living. Now you are going on with the feel. I'm sorry to say, it's really hard to explain what is feel. It is inside. It is coming up inside. It is coming inside when you are get rid of from your 5 organs. You know, this world is not true world. This is an imaginary world. Initially, you have to think of it. This is not the real thing. What I am using, what I am talking, what I am seeing. But after listening this Dhamma, you will be able to handle this situation without thinking it. When you think, that means you are there. It is not a fear. Try to understand. What I'm explaining is really hard to explain, right? Thought and the feel. It's entirely different thing, right? Thought always gives a false idea. Without thought, you will get a feel. You feel it. Now, for an example, when you get into the water, you feel cold, right? How can you explain it that is cold? Only your body can feel, right? The coldness. When you go under the sun, you feel hot, right? That is a feeling. That's a feeling. When you feel hungry, it's a feeling, right? Like that. It's very hard to explain what is feeling. Thought is not a real word. When you have feel, that means there is no soul in that. There is no soul in that, right? According to my experience, that feel is so beautiful. Even though I explain it's beautiful, then someone is there, no. Right? It is a different experience. It is a different experience what I have undergoing, what I have going through, right? Without mind and living with a feeling. It is no, in this situation, we cannot expose me, I am like that, I'm there, I'm living. No, there is no one in that view. It is a peaceful thing, right? We are not unnecessarily involving or anything. And you see everything, occurrence, the things happening, things are happening, I'm doing it, not like that. Things are happening, and you do only your responsibility without you, and that means you are get rid of your mind. Mind is off there, right? Simple thing I'm saying. Your mind is off in that situation. Mind is not working actually. You are living with the feel. Not you actually. There's no person in that. It comes automatically. The system generates that, right? That system generates that the feeling. It is also when the power of your thought is reducing, that feeling comes. No one is doing it. That is also happening automatically. That is an automatic system. Understand what I say? I think some people can understand to a certain limit. It has a limitations because according to your knowledge, satjnana, and when you compare this Dharma with your experiences, that feeling, that understanding of what is feel, what is thought, will know that you are the one person and have that feeling, right? I cannot say you exactly this person, this man has this feeling, or you are the one experiencing that situation, right? But even though I'm saying you are the one, there is no one there, but to communicate, I have to use that word. I have to use that word. So what I want to say is, at least take a few minutes when you are practicing this Dhamma. You have to examine your 5 organs or senses carefully. Examine their action mind. When you're practicing actions, you have action mind. That means Kriyasita. That also have no one. that even no one is there. I am sorry, it's very hard to explain that no one is there. That is also happening automatically. The incredible thing is, in this system, generates everything automatically. It's incredible. That's incredible. That is incredible, right? You have to understand this. Again, I want to say, don't be in a hurry. You have to. One day you will realize what is feel, what is thought, what are the five senses, what is this spark. Gradually, you will learn. You will understand. Okay. I hope that you can get some idea on it. I hope that you have an idea of your mind, how it has created or how it has formed. So it's really important in your life to understand this concept. That is what we should know, basically, and mainly. So I'm going to conclude my discussion now. We'll meet another day, discuss something more than this in the future. Everyone Saranai and Mahansa. Everyone Saranai and Mahansa. Everyone Saranai for all of you.
Therwan Saranai. Thank you, our Buddothpado Dharma friend, for delivering that valuable speech. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Saranai Mehenin Mahansa. Therwan Saranai Mehenin Mahansa. Can you hear me? Okay, I think Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa is not with us today. So, shall we conclude our sessions for today? And we'll meet tomorrow then. Therwan Saranai everyone for participating today. Therwan Saranai.
putting the water in.
There was a night. First of all, I have to say everyone is. I think also today also is discussing this Dhamma program. First of all, I want to worship Arinasan. I want to request, please be given for us some help for and things. Then first of all, I want to worship Arinasan, and I think is every day, or everyone is attending the competition. The Buddothpada or everyone else, they have tried find it that in what is the correct way of that Buddha's way. What is he saying in what is the truth pathway on that Lord Buddha's way. Uh, because of now we and a lot of in Sri Lankan people also they live in out of the country, but after that also we feel it and we miss it lot of things also. That is our main feel. Physically we missed up our lot of families and everyone, but at that moment also we get because of already we had our environment in Buddhism environment that's very helpful uh, for me personally. Some people is they don't know. I also heard. I also meet up in a lot of people in that Australia. Also, some people they don't know what is the Buddhism. Also, some people they doesn't have any idea. Buddha is what is the Buddha's way, what is the Buddha's technology? Because some people they know only religion wise. They know only Christian. Some people are Muslim, but we are very luckily in that now we have the chances of to join up that kind of Zoom sessions and that kind of uh, lessons. Then because of its, I my personally is very luckily get that chance. But now also we are understanding it's not lucky wise. It's personally we can discuss. It's very lucky for everyone to join for in this session. So this because of in now is all over the world is going to in another way, but now we can feel it is little bit changed now this season. We also can think about that case is before the next few years means next 5, 10 or 20 years it will be changed totally because it happened to be change that in all the religions because of people now all the peoples they try to live in without in religions because of they don't have any other chances. That is the main thing. Some people is in their birth time and they when they are going to be dead. Some families they is try to worship in lot of gods and they try to worship. They are already they doing some lot of in region works and all over the world. But now people they understand that is not the way because it's not helpful in people's in lot of families or lot of uh, in nations also. That's why is people now they are to trying to move or to live in without any religion because of very lot of uh, places we also can see. Then they have rules. Then it will be stay with rule in because of its very valuable thing is nature means is a normal society is needful. That's why it's in religion is needful for the any environments and any other societies. Today, I think is discussing something means then before we think it Buddha Dhamma Sangha means then that means Buddha means it's a physical body. That's why I also I also stay with kids period. That means my uh, education time also we think is in Buddha means is that statue, that's a physical body without which means then we are going to worship in every temples, then there also have big statues, and that is the cultural things. I don't know is how to start, because now we can think it, then what is that, why is that Buddha said in statues is no need, because of in our Dhamma, that's only we want to worship that. That's why I think because Lord Buddha can feel it, and he can take the ideas. It is in the getting wrong position for the all of the people after that 2000 years now. Now it's totally changed all the things, because a lot of people try to get that Buddha Dhamma Sangha means Buddha means is statue, or it's we want to worship, or we want to give that. We want to build up a lot of temples, and then my family also some my grandparents also they try to given some dana and all the things, and give the they want to try to make up or build up some lot of big statue, because they think is that is the way. But Arama says then after that he so normally, and he get the chances, and he get to take a time, and he explaining for all over the world and all of us. That is not the correct way, but we want to worship that. This is okay because we want to respectful. It's okay. It's our normal pattern of the nations. It's okay, but we don't want to get any. We don't want to argue with for that peoples or any other monks or any other. We don't want to make up a lot of argument. But that's why Saran will say he is very knowledgeable. Means in that place, that kind of place, he already sold out that problem, because now we understand Buddha's means is not a statue. It's like it's type of the feel means, and how can we explaining in that experience, because Buddha is not a man or human, or it's not a god or something, because a lot of Sutta Deshana also Lord Buddha is already said also that case I am not the man, I am not the god. That is the main point, that we also is read out, and we also read out that all the documents and all the things, and we worship, and we ask in a lot of scenarios, we have a lot of stories also, but that time also we doesn't think it. Then because Buddha already said, we also know it about, but that also we not. That means that we are not going to we are not going to discuss it deeply. That means vidarsana. But I don't want to say he first of all in said what that time also I also get the feel it is okay then, because why, that's why we don't want to go that's why he also doesn't like to build up a lot of statues or anything. Then that is the main thing. That means we want to understand. Then first of all, there it is. It's not statue means it's a feelful things. That's mean without person, we will take that feel. Then without person, without myself, without himself. Then without person means then they have a no person, but it's a feel means it will take any idea, or it will because it can feel it everyone, but we want to take it the good pathway, we want to make up that, we want to try it all the time plus day by day, then it will be getting in. We cannot explaining it's a developing guy, or it's we cannot say it like this, but it will be happen. Then with that Dharma Deshana, we want to follow that all the ways. That is the first thing. And second thing is I'm going to ask Buddha Dhamma. Dhamma means is that is the darshana. Then Aruna says for, also is first of all in discusses this kind of ways because in my family also, it's I feel it in my lot of parents and my parents also. They are in they know is everything means Buddha, Dharma Deshana and Gatha and everything, because they when they are when I was child also, then I visit with parents also in the temple. At that means then I also, but in that session also I in my internal, then I have argument. I had lot of things, so I asked some questions also in for the monk and for the parents, because how we can it's personal, right? Depends. Some in example, my wife, he also worship, she also know of the both the Dhammadesana and Gathas, but Darshana means we also Darshan, we didn't have any big idea before that in Buddothpada Deshana, because it's very second, it's very important thing is in that Aranvance's explanations. Mm, Dhamma means then we can discuss in this case in because it is very important and very wide range in there, because Darshana means everyone is thinking everyone is outside. Then means it's they doesn't think it's creations is yeah, creation means they don't know any big idea, because that one is can be understand. It's understand its deep mind only, because they want to get they want to understand in how will be create that mind means why these Buddhas Lord Buddhas is says Nama Rupa, then why is we personally we also not going to find out that about that kind of ways, because Nama Rupa, yes, okay, everyone is says Nama Rupa is binding, but is they don't know why is Buddha is said in Nama Rupa means it will be joined, then after that it will take our thought, but Arun say he get the Dharma, that means Vidarsana. Then Abhijnana means that one. Then without Abhijnana means Dhamma. Abhijnana, we cannot explanation, or we cannot solute, we cannot take any idea or any other. We cannot in the take the soluble for in that we cannot take anything in there without in the Mabhijna, because of it will be can personally in we are also not going to in find that that kind of deep. That's why it's I think is in Buddha Deshana is in we didn't heard about in 100 and lot of many years ago we cannot hearing for that kind of things. Uh, Uh, that's why it's we also that's why it's Dhamma is a very important thing is in these sessions. Excuse me. Extremely very sorry because of my line is little bit disconnection for in my personal thing. Then now second thing is we are trying to discuss with that Dhamma sessions. Then Buddha Dhamma Sangha means in our main thing is that Buddha Deshana and at that means then Darshana means then we heard in the first time in the Buddothpado and Dhamma means in we think is our all the our knowledgeable thing is we write out and we have a lot of books and that means in Tripitaka and all this type of then Buddha the Darshana means we can read about it all the Pali and all the things we can learn it about we can build up our knowledge but if anything is everywhere then anyone is they cannot touch that in what is this explanation that means in upama means and everyone is think about this everyone get the idea through the upama but if everyone says explanations then what is the meaning of upama means then that is our main point is then in my personal view any any deshana for the Aranvasi one also then explanation means he get that upama but some people is still they think is upama is that's why we cannot understand that Buddha Deshana because of without that examples we cannot explain that kind of philosophy because how can we explain without that uh, examples. That's why Lord Buddha also using a lot of examples in that way. Uh, but I also focus this lot of. I also in every day use it that every day I listen to about that Buddothpada Deshana. In that time also I feel it. I understand in Arnas also it's every Deshana he means then. He already we had the 10,000 or 5,000 desanas, but every time is any time is alternate title explanation of one thing, then that's why he get a lot of example and he's saying some hidden words and means and hidden knowledge word also. That means then that is the nibbana means every time he try to explanation for the end of the path of that way means nibbana. Uh, we want to get the we want to take the our vidarsana also we want to focus that way then afterwards it will be catch easily then what is try to saying that otherwise it's a little bit hard to find that then it's today morning also I joined that Dhamma Desana, but a lot of people is they going through the in the they don't want to touch the what is the purpose. They want to touch in what is the deep what is the point of that. But how can we explanation in how can we given that field because it cannot we cannot given that fields because it will be is understand things then first of all understand through our Dhamma mind Dhamma knowledge, then afterwards, then we can understand that is the means our that means our mind also is not in the truth. That also creations. That is also in the vibrations. Then that is the main thing is the that is the main thing is in the get the chance for living it without mind. That is a without person. That means without person. That is the main thing. We want to understand 100%. Then otherwise, how can we get the big idea for that creation or not creation or vibration or everything because it's very important thing is these lessons. Terwan Sarnai. Really very sorry because I also it's my stay with she. That's why it will take because when we it means our personal things. Then again we have to discuss this Dhamma. In last time also, and we can we discuss in that sessions, but means in this how can we because we don't have any other. Uh, we can discuss this lot of ways, but everything means what's the finalization means it our company means is it can be feelful in everyone, but first of all, everyone that can they want to get the main idea and they want to get the they want to think about different ways because some people means darshana part then some people can understand very easily but it's not some people is not easy because of they think about that they use it their knowledge and scientific is this scientific is things then when we are going to some find it some in I can set in my view then uh, before that in in the darshana period means darshana sessions and we can ask questions but in without questions we cannot say what do you need that then that is my main thing then these sessions also if we have a discussion we can discuss something but we are not any experience then how we can discuss that moderation and without any support that's why this is it's very difficult to explanation in for personally for us also in first that means in the before the 8 9 that was 1 years ago also we when we are going to understanding of first sessions in the dharma sessions then that means we think about in our eye creation being everyone is without everyone is outside then when we are looking example then our mainly I focus that in light because then we without that explanation we cannot understand in alone that sun creations and light creations light is in the light is we think about it it will come in through the moon through the sun uh, that one in everyone then now also we explanation in some asking guys but it also very difficult to understand and Arun also is before the 5 4 years ago he explains then that time also we didn't understand is what is he saying then why how can he said that when sun is there, then light is here, then we think about that. Then without our illusions, then how can we understand? That is our I. That is our I means. Then when we are wake up the early morning, then in sun will lit up. Then that means in our sun is there. We wake up, then everyone is coming out. That is because we already created world means that one we don't know in first of all. That is the human nature, human behaviors. Then because then we think it that true world is there and we live in here. That is our main field. That is our sense of creations. That one we. That's why is Buddha said without Dhamma, and this and Buddha Deshana also is cannot to moving laws. It's only go only 5,000 means that is Buddha's vision. Then he can understood, and how we can. That is the science. Then that is the science. Then that's why is. Without explanation, then if any person, then they anybody they cannot understand in that sessions. Then that is the main thing is other thing because of Aran say he get try it with long period. I think that is very helpful for us also in all over the world also because otherwise how can we feel full, how can we understand it that sense of creations. Then in one person he spend the whole life in there. Then that means now everyone can be understand then what is the uh, creations also. Then otherwise it will be, I think it's otherwise it's Buddha the Deshana also is going to be dead because of it's not it's not it's not to chance to be asking for that kind of we don't have any chances of doing that kind of sessions also. That is the other thing. That's why it's very important part is that Dhamma. And next thing is then we about when we are going to in understand other senses in that means our eye and nose. Some people is thinks everyone. Then when we are going anywhere, when we are going to washroom or something in our life to day life, we think is all the smells and all the bad smells and all the good smells. We think about it. All the one is outside. That's why we try to live. We try to live in every day because without in bad smells. That's why then all the creations, means all the people they use is lot of perfumes and everything. That means then the smell is there. In the good smells, they divide and they sell they earn some money. They had a business also in lot of things. That is the in our uh, creations means. Then they don't know it because of everything. Every all of the people they think a bit. Everyone is outside. It will be, but now we understand that also is our thing, but it's a mind because in our mind it can be divided in everything. This is good, this is bad because they have measurements. As a measurement means, then measurement means it's a human that he can be understand. He's a poor, he's a rich, he's very young, he's very old because it has a measurement. But after that Dhamma in understanding, then he can decide or he can understood that real dreams is not outside. Then it's our creations, and we can decide means in humans he has a measurement in everything. He has a valueness. That means in myself or himself is there. Then itself, then without that explanation, then we cannot explain, we cannot understand in the in this way. That's why it's Dhamma session. That means Buddha Dhamma means it's very important all over that Buddha's way because And last thing is when we are going to discuss that Sangha session means Sangha means then who can is anybody is understanding in that two sessions, then he can join and he can connect with that Buddha's way. Then when we are going to understood in this whole the way, first of all that two the technical part, that means in the Arideshana, we want to listen full, we want to ask this first time, then it can be get the it can be get the otherwise then he don't have any chances then join that this sangha, because now is in these days then lot of is monk means then they are trying to understand means why they has joined that is uh, why they has become this monk, because of they want to understand. But in Buddha's Lord Buddha's period, I don't know, so explanation who is become that who is become that live without person. That means in understanding people. Then he want to he has to he has to be make up then what is the correct pathway. He has to be way to in living with this body. He had to be secure that body, because of otherwise is that Dhamma, then we cannot write it about the book, because it will be going to in through the in the mouth to mouth. That's why is Buddha he acknowledged that he understood it and how will be divide that how will be expose that in Dharma Deshana. That's why he is using that Sivura means, and that he changed that clothes color also, and they use it in same one in every person. That is the starting method of that Sangha path. That's why we want to worship with Buddha Dhamma Sangha in without understanding when we are going to worship that, when we are doing something, or when we are going to work, or when we are going to or when we are spend time, or when we are spend more money, or everything, but that's not happen to in the feel full that nirvana, because of that is the correct way. Before that, how many people in they had to be done a lot of in the lot of anybody doesn't know what is the pathway means. When we also know is how many monks in the world, but they want to get that big idea. They want to heard of, they want to hearing in what is the correct way. Then otherwise, then without without that but we want to try, because of he try to in understanding in that way in these seasons, because it's very helpful, because uh, otherwise it will be not getting to task in that survive kind of that kind of regions. Because first of all we have to be we have to be have some nations. Then nation is very helpful for understanding in that case.
Hi everyone, welcome to our Dharma session today, live PeoTV Dharma session. First of all, I would like to pay my humble homage to Buddothpada, our ancestor, our spiritual teacher. In this channel, I think we are going to discuss real important things in our life. That means true Dhammas, true Dhamma. So therefore, also because we have gathered here to discuss in this PeoTV live telecast. I would like to pay my humble homage to the father and sir. Every day we are discussing Dharma on this channel. I think this channel is very important. Those who are listening this Dharma as a beginner. So as a beginner, when you listen to this Dharma, you will realize the formation of your mind and how your thoughts are creating. Because the thought is our, without knowing the process of mind creation, your thoughts, the creation of your thoughts, it's very difficult to get rid of your mind because that is the part you have to understand. Important factor you have to understand in this true Dharma. Why the importance of true Dharma today's world? Because today the world is more complex than ever before. Because of the complexity, we have to face a lot of problems, and even we have more technological advancement and fast communication, powerful machines we have, and there are endless information. There are various methods we can have information, especially the social media. So in this, process. I don't think that our suffering won't end because always we entangle with our thoughts, and human begins to start suffering when the world becomes true. World is your thought. This is the method. These summers will guide you how to reduce your stress level, fear, anger, jealousy, depression, and conflict and dissatisfaction everywhere. The Dharma shows the real nature of your life. It teaches us, is showing us everything is impermanent, and attachment brings suffering. Nothing is truly mine or self, actually. Because today the people chase money, and their thoughts are very powerful. Because most of the world people go behind money. No satisfaction how much they have. And because of that, the people have to suffer more and more because they think when they get money, they have a lot of money, they can live happily. The satisfaction in their mind is high. They are thinking like that. But I don't think even we get money, lot of money, your suffering will not end because we think everything is permanent. And we cannot see everything is changing and how disappointments comes to our life. That is unavoidable. And this true Dharma helps us understand the problem is not the world, not the thought, not the external world. The problem is our attachment to the world. Because we always think because of the outside, we are suffering because of the money, because of our parents, because of our children, because of our job, the environmental factors. We assign these suffering, the disappointments coming through this outside world. When you listen to this true Dhamma, you will gradually understand the purpose of learning, that we're having a knowledge. First of all, we must have the knowledge. We have to listen to this Dharma. And then you can apply in your day-to-day life. Without understanding, without hearing true Dharma, you don't know how to apply it in your normal life. Because the true Dharma is not a religion, and it has no arguments, and there's nothing to win, and nothing to collect. The ultimate purpose is to end suffering completely. That is why we are still struggling with our mind, because we know every thoughts we are living in these thoughts. When the thoughts are coming, it becomes real to us. So, thought is your world, thought is your soul. So, by understanding the formation of thought, you will be able to see the truth of your thoughts. Today, everyone is always dealing with external world. They try to bring happiness. I told you from the other thing. And they don't know it happens of their own mind. And therefore, the true Dharma brings us back inside. And it gives a guidance for all of us to observe the vibration of sensation, to understand sound, light, taste, whatever the sensory organs creates inside process. So this process is a natural phenomena. We know we have 5 sensory organs. With mind, it is 6. Our eye is a sensor. Our skin is a sensor. Our nose is a sensor. Our tongue is a sensor. And the mind also a sensor. So when these sensors working at a very smart speed, these sensory organs, the field transform, the vibration transform into a new vibration is known as a thought. And we have to understand we cannot separate those feelings as a sound, as a color, as a taste, as a hot, cool, like that. We cannot separate them. Aranwasi is always telling us to understand how it happens. The Aranwasi is emphasizing this process. The thoughts, in your thoughts, everything is there. Thought is your word. It is your soul. When we begin by understanding a very deep root of this, the whole Dharma exists within our mind. This means everything we experience, example, happiness, suffering, birth, death, heaven, hell, whatever, all arises within this mind, in your thoughts. Normally we think the world is outside, but we believe that people, situation, and objects cause our suffering. But the Buddha showed what we experience is not the world itself, but the mind's reaction to the world. How we react to our thoughts. As long as your thoughts become real to you, you are born there. Now, example, when you see a beautiful bird on a tree, you admire the bird singing and you admire the bird's beauty. And you don't know the image that have been created inside your eye is not true. Because sometimes you may dislike the bird that you have already seen. Likeness or dislike, both ways it comes. then the suffering begins. When the thought appears, when you're clinging, when it becomes real to you, the attachment or resistance comes, then suffering begins. Actually, the mind is pure. The mind is disturbed, or what mind is a thought actually. Because no suffering outside the mind. There's no liberation outside of the mind, and everything begins and ends with the mind. So therefore, we have to be very careful. Without knowing the information of mind, we don't know how to end our suffering. It is continuing because we are living in our own thoughts. Thought is your world. Your soul is your thought. We always try to satisfy our sense creations. That means thoughts. Then we think, I live in this world, and people outside or object outside makes me happy or unhappy. So we have to show that we actually experience is not the external world, the mind's interpretation of it. For an example, when we observe it carefully, when a sound arises, how the suffering comes. But at once we cannot understand this, because whatever we see, the image, we never think it is a vibration. We get attached to that image. But when you look deeper inside, immediately after seeing or hearing, and mind creates. That's why I'm telling you, you may like it, you may dislike it, you give judgment, and you may think, I remember this one, and you are trying to compare this thing. These are all mental activity and creates the world for you. And a simple example, another example, when you are working in your workplace, your boss or your superior praise about your work, and when they are highly satisfied the work that you are, the service that you are giving to your working place, and when you get a promotion, you become a happy person, because you know the organization has recognized your work properly, and they know that you are working, and they have given a promotion to improve your working standard even. So now you feel comfort in that, because you are a highly valuable person in your organization. Actually, it happens naturally. We cannot stop that. The craving. You begins to work harder and harder. What happens when the too much workload comes to you? The happiness you get going to change because somehow because you have to keep your stand even but you are working, you become workaholics actually. So what will happen? You will become a tired person, tiresome. It's a very tiresome work because somehow you have to satisfy your bosses. Just imagine when you think like this, what happens is the dissatisfactions automatically come because you get tired because of your thoughts. Just you have to work a lot. So your happiness is not permanent. To a certain period of time it exists because you are thinking you are existing, the organization existing, and you don't know these are thoughts. Actually, we don't say that there is no what we call as a organizations. The thing is, you have to understand the name that you have given to the task and the organization is not there. Those are vibration, those are thoughts, because we always dealing with our thoughts. When sound arises, the thought arises. When sound and colors mixing each other at a very fast level, forming a thought. So what is the sound? Sound is a vibration. What is the color? It's a vibration. The vibrations happen inside your ear and your eye. So these two vibrations happens at a very fast level and it's automatically transforming to a new vibration as a thought. Thought is the mind, your stimuli. So you are thinking because of your job you get satisfied and you are dissatisfied because you always put a blame onto the other side, external world, or everything happens to me like that because of that outside world. No, actually it is not like that. You have to you should understand it is not the outside, it is your mind. Because when we suffer, we strongly believe this is me, this is mine, I am thinking, I am working, I am a respectable person. Likewise, again, so many thoughts are arising. But did you invite for the thoughts? Did you plan it? No. It just appears and disappears. When one thought is arising and vanishing, another thought replace it. This shows that thoughts arises due to causes and condition, and not due to a controller immediately. It happens at a very fast level. And you are labeling your thought, this is my thought. And that's the illusion. Thoughts are coming to me. Like that you label them. These are all mental construction. Right? When you observe of your feelings, a feeling of happiness arises. Did you order to have the sadness to come? Did you schedule? You have scheduled for your happiness and sadness? No, not at all. Because feeling also arises due to conditions. You get the ownership. You put a label your feelings. I am happy. I am sad. That is the wrong identification. That means your illusion, your ignorance. Not only you, every one of us is like that. So therefore, just a simple example, it is like a mirror. Many reflections appears in the mirror. When you go in front of a mirror, a face appears, a bird appears, a tree appears. But when you think of the image appears in a mirror, it's not true actually. It is only a reflection. It is only a reflection, and it appears due to the conditions. But there is nothing inside the mirror. There's nothing inside the mirror. Likewise, the mind also the same. The thoughts, but we cannot say there is a permanent picture inside the mirror. It's only a process. That is why what we call is an illusion. Because the danger of the illusion is when we believe the illusion, and what happens is we become afraid of losing it. Now, when you have a baby, when the baby is going to lose, now just imagine when your baby become very sick, when you is suffering from a serious illness. So you have to take him to the doctor. When the doctor says your child's life is not sure because he is suffering from a serious illness like cancer, like what happened to you? You have a fear of losing it. And you are afraid of your baby that is going to lose you, and suffering begins. And somehow you are trying to save his life. But when you think of it deeply, it's a suffering, it's a false idea of self. It's a false idea of self. As long as the view exists, we remain trapped in our illusion because we don't know it's an illusion. Right? When a thought arises, silently note it. Feelings happening, it is not your thought, it is not your feeling, and it's a natural process because you cannot stop it. It's not your thought because the sensor works. vibration inside the senses, in your senses. Thoughts are coming. You cannot stop these thoughts. But the thing is, you label them your mental construction, like father, mother, son, daughter, teacher, doctor, nurse, monk, like that. This labeling is the problem, it's the illusion. We have to keep in mind every moment the mind reacts its own way. It happens very fast and it is a vibration. Moment to moment it changes. When you see something, when you hear something, when you touch something, the feeling arises. This feeling you attach when you eat sweet potato. Sorry, not a potato, sweet toffee or any sweet thing. The feeling you get from your tongue is a taste. The sense of creation, the vibration, we name it as a tongue, taste, right? But the tongue doesn't know whether it is a tasty one or not. The problem is the feeling we assign them a name, label them. It is sweet, it is not sweet, like that. The feeling. And what happens is when it is sweet, you have a pleasant feeling of this. Then you cling into that sweets. When you clinging, your mind become more powerful. Your vibration, the mind power becoming more stronger and stronger. Then there will be more attachments will occur in this thought. Who creates this one? No one creates. Your sense of creation. Everything we attach or disattach due to our sense of creation, it happens in a fractions of a second. Immediately, right after the feeling comes, immediately we react. Sometimes when it is very sweet, we are trying to have more and more. Because we automatically, the feeling we get from the tongue is pleasant for us. When it is not pleasant, you may not try to have it over and over again. Because unpleasant feeling arises. But who makes that unpleasant? Your thoughts. Your thoughts, not the toffee or sweet makes your pleasant feeling or unpleasant feeling. The way you are thinking, the way the mind is forming will occur. When you are understanding this, it's a vibration system. So it's easy to stay without suffering. Not fully, actually. To a certain level, you can stay calm and that your struggle of suffering will begins to diminish, subside. You will know that pleasant feeling, unpleasant feeling, whatever feeling comes, it comes and goes at a very fast level. And there is nothing called as the sweets or thoughts. When the thought is there, when the when the toffee or sweet something becomes real to you, your soul is automatically creating. It is automatic process. And you have to understand suffering does not come from the sound. The sound is not responsible for your attachment or disattachment. The object is not responsible for your attachment or disattachment. The person, the taste is not responsible for your attachment and disattachment. All reaction of the mind. When reaction stops, your mind becomes free, begins to have a freedom. That is why Aranvas is always highlighting it's a practical thing. When you realize the truth, it begins to you. When you see something now earlier, you have attached something more and more. When it is losing, the way you are feeling now and the way you have already felt earlier, you can see the difference now because you are not going to suffer more and more. When you understand your thought, it's just a thought. There is nothing called as a flower pot, nothing called as your son or daughter or your husband. These are vibrations and these are thoughts. So what happens is automatically the wisdom will appear in your system. That is also happening naturally. And you know, there is no control of your thoughts, no owner of your feelings, no permanent identity. It's a fast occurrence of or speedy vibrations in your body or in your sensory organs. And it is natural. Then what happens is your illusion of your ego, your self-identity, your soul begins to diminish. Your defilements, your mind power begins to lighten and craving become weak, fear reduces, anger begins to fade away, and mind becomes to calm. Earlier, what we did was to have a calm mind. We did meditation. We practice it. While we were meditating, we have a sort of a calm mind, right? Because we are focusing to a certain point of a thought and try to have a focus on this as long as we can. But even though when we are doing it, the thoughts are coming, right? What we did was when we thoughts are coming, we think the thoughts are impermanent, anitya, like that. We begins to think, but we couldn't understand. We cannot control our thoughts, and even it is a natural phenomenon. So after practicing long period of time, we would be able to keep our mind to a certain point, right? We are trying when we practice it. So then we feel some sort of calm and quietness in our mind. But the thing is, when after coming out from the meditation, when we have a problem, when the thoughts arises, the calmness, the quietness of our mind is losing. But never have some sort of control, but not fully. We respond to our thoughts when we get angry. We respond. We cannot control our anger because we know it is a thought. Because of the world become true, the anger came to us. Because I am there, I am the one getting angry. Your soul is very powerful. So when we got to know it is, we know we can see our defilements, right? What we do is we are trying to practice meditation more and more. I don't think that it's never helped, but it is helping us. But to eradicate your defilements and your self ego, it cannot be done through the meditation. There is a difference between inside meditation and concentration meditation. We all did the concentration meditation. Our soul is there. Actually, it's very difficult to find out where our soul is in these methods. Because now our advice is telling us how to identify your soul. Because when we feel comfort, there's a person who feels comfort. When we feel relaxation, there is a person who enjoys the relaxation. When we feel very slight feeling we have, there is a person who feels it. Very smooth feeling, not a rough feeling. There is a person behind it, but we couldn't understand it because due to our ignorance, no one taught us ourself is there, right? And walking meditation even we do, because we have to concentrate on only to the walking process and try to keep our mind at a certain place, certain idea. But it doesn't matter when you have a scattered mind, but not, it is not the path to eradicate your self-ego. That is why we need a spiritual teacher. It is necessary. And it is not something we can understand simply by reading books. And it is not something we can realize through intelligence alone. We must have a spiritual teacher to guide us, to give us a correct path and correct, have to show the correct path to realize the thoughts. The spiritual teacher always deals with the nature of the mind and explains how the mind is forming and the thoughts creates our world, and thoughts are not permanent and they are impermanent. Because of the thoughts become real, how illusion and self-identity is created. So that is why the true Dharma is important for our life. The spiritual teacher is like a guide who has already walked with the path, with the understanding and the experiences. The teacher is telling us that is how it is happening. Because the teacher knows, the animals knows the danger and the obstacles what we are facing. And where we cannot understand and where we got traps. Just we can't see the truth actually. We must have a correct guidance when we are going on this path. Because our mind always very tricky. It creates false understanding and creates spiritual pride even. When someone got to know Dharma, they think we know everything and spiritual pride. And it creates attachments to the experience of a good thing, meritorious things, and give a incorrect view or wrong view. Appears as correct. And without a teacher, we are thinking, I have attained something and I understood everything. I am progressing fast. Why? Because we don't know the self or ego is there. Therefore, the teacher is like a mirror. Then our spiritual teacher help us to see what we cannot see in ourselves. And the spiritual teacher is like a mirror. Because we cannot see our own face without a mirror. Like a mirror, its spiritual teacher is always behind us. And we cannot see our mental defilements clearly without the guidance. And therefore the teacher, the Aranwasi, corrects us when we go wrong and encourages us when we feel weak and changes us when we become lazy and protect us from harmful deeds. Yes, and each and every sermon, Aranwasi is pointing us the belief that we are having. He corrected us. Master always correcting us because actually we don't know. Sometimes when we think it is correct, actually it is not correct at all. It's a wrong idea that we have built up with our thoughts. And sometimes we are very weak in vidarshana. So we cannot think far because we can't see the truth actually. We must have a guidance to see the illusion little by little. And each and every corner, Aranma is highlighting us. This is how you have to see them. And that is why the spiritual teacher is very important when we go on this correct. We can't go alone in this correct path because we cannot develop our right view. We cannot strengthen our spiritual path. we cannot go deep in this, in our wisdom, and we cannot cultivate wisdom at once, because these things are, we have to show. And special thing is protecting from the wrong path. And because there are so many teachers, sermons are there. I never think they're not to listen, but when you listen to this Dharma, you feel some sort of relaxation. That is why it's a practical thing. Because when you do your day-to-day activities, when you feel comfort, you can see the difference. Without a wise teacher, we are mixing with our suppositions, and we are mixed with our ego. And sometimes we are mixed with our commercial motives even. But the wise teacher pointing us the impermanence of each and every thoughts and non-self and the Four Noble Truth, and how the Eightfold Noble Path that we don't know it is. And this is why the real teacher we have to have till we will get the entire liberation of our mind. And even in the teacher have deep understanding of Dharma and have full freedom of mind. And when we talk with Aranvasa, at once Aranvasa knows whether we are talking with understanding or with the mind. So that is really important. So in this Buddothpada website, there are so many sermons you can listen, because these are really important in your life. Without Aranvasa, how can we talk? Because I'm talking to you today because of Aranvasa. I have been listening to this Dhamma more than 3 years now. This almost 3 years in this July. Yes, almost. But still I have doubts. When I listen to it over and over again, my doubts come clearer and clearer. Not fully actually. So that is how it happens. The calmness and the satisfaction and the way we behave begins to change after hearing this Dharma. So therefore you have to be very careful when you are listening to this Dharma. When you have a doubt, please ask from Maharaj, because sometimes we are thinking the way we understood is correct. No, actually not correct. There is a lacking part of that, misunderstood parts. There are a lot of misunderstood parts there. So that is why we need a teacher, we need the guidance. And because the teacher, the spiritual teacher, leads us from darkness to the light. At once the darkness cannot be cleared through your wisdom. The darkness becomes clearer and clearer. So the thing is, we have to have an effort to see this through Dhamma. when you are free, you try to listen. First of all, we have to listen the formation of your mind, formation of your thoughts. Mind is your thoughts, continuous process of your thoughts. And there's an ownership of your thoughts. That's why me, myself, the ego begins to start. As long as the mind becomes true for you, your soul is there. Now, I always tell you, when the book is existing, when the book is real, you are born. Other side, you are born. Yes, it's true, but it has a deep meaning. It has a deep meaning. At once, you won't be able to understand this. But little by little, when you listen this Dharma, it's automatically the change will come, can experience in your life. That is why it is a practical Dharma. So, actually, we are very fortunate. We have a lot of sermons in Buddothpada, sermons, different kinds of sermons we can hear day by day. Explaining in Buddothpada sermons, you have to have a chance. Of your mind. Therefore, I would say, please listen to this Dhamma carefully. When you have a doubt, you can ask Brahma and Vasi. So, through room discussions, we have to talk. Otherwise, we don't know where we have gone wrong. And that actually, it's really important. When you have a doubt, don't hesitate to ask questions from Aran Vasi, because Aran Vasi is always trying to helping us to show the incorrect things we have. That is why Varanasi has launched different kinds of Zoom discussions, BTV program, and PeoTV program to give a correct message to the entire world. So you have to understand this. Therefore, the understanding the formation of the mind is one of the most important teachings given by the RN If you don't know and understand how the mind is formed, how it operates, and how it creates thoughts, and we will continue our suffering without knowing real cause. Actually, this is an cause and effect Dharma. And many people try to solve suffering by changing the outside world. No, it is not like that. Changing jobs, relationship, whatever, because they always dealing with the outside world. So therefore, the formation of mind begins with contact. When eye sees the form, the ear hears the sound, the nose smells some kind of smell, the tongue tastes. These are all sensory creation makes us our thoughts or feeling. So is this natural process actually is a vibration occurring inside our sensory organs. So it is clearly explained and more deeper explanation in this RN1's sermons, and try to listen to this Dhamma. And by understanding the formation of mind is very, very important. We can break the changing of our suffering, but not at once. Your ego, your mind power, your mental construction, how it has constructed through consciousness, and how consciousness arises and passing away each moment is a condition due to the cause, and this is a cause and effect Dharma. And we cannot say it is a permanent, there is a permanent I, me, myself is there. it is a vibration. So therefore, it can call the mind in a simply stream of changing thoughts, feelings, memories, intentions, and perceptions. So when we fail to see this truth, the illusion is still with us. The form is that illusion comes, fear, process like that. To overcome all these problems, we have to understand the formation of mind. So when the wisdom appears, the insight meditation will experience you one day. You can see the difference between the concentration meditation and insight meditation. So with the guidance of our advisor, I think everyone can clear your doubts and can experience this true Dharma. This is actually practical part. That is the difference in this Dharma. You can see your thought, you can observe your thoughts when you go deep into your thought. And you have to go back to your radiant mind. That is why Trividya is important. Buddothpada and asavakya. So these things are the fundamental things in you in this part. So when you know this, you will be able to end your suffering. But it may take time, it doesn't matter at all. To try to listen to it. Other methods, we have a temporary relief actually, not permanent relief. So if you want to have a permanent relief from your thoughts and your sufferings, you should know the formation of them. And that is why I'm time to time explaining you and highlighting you the importance of knowing the formation of your mind. So therefore, I would like to invite all of you to listen this true Dharma in this channel and clear your doubts by discussing with our advanced self. So I respect all those who are listening to this and getting a message from this sermon. I would like to conclude my sessions today. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, our advanced self.